All right. Good morning. Good morning. All right. New York Bang stocks are up. IWM is up. IWM. I didn't buy any more IWM, I don't think, yesterday evening, did I? No, I just have S&P. No, I just have S&P. All right, so that's good. Futures are up. All right. Okay. Positive gamma obviously continues. Let's just look at what Brett had to say this morning for Friday. Positive gamma. Okay, yeah, we know that. Market support for today into a 3-day weekend. Looking for a bullish edge in stocks. All right, so futures are a bit higher at the moment. New York Fangs look pretty good. Let's go take a look at how they left off yesterday. New York Fangs. Components had some decent performance since Wednesday into Thursday, and today will be up again this morning. By the looks of it, Tesla continues to push higher. Microsoft trying to get back above 420 pre-market. Microsoft. Okay, 433 was the high yesterday pre-market. Today, 420 pre-market. Okay, you can see over here the orange box where prices are currently. 420.69. Okay. Microsoft. Here's Microsoft. What's ARM Holdings doing? ARM. Where is ARM? ARM. There's ARM. Okay, ARM Holdings inside of yesterday's ramp higher in the upper 25% or so. ARM Holdings. Okay, here's yesterday's close over here. And we're presently down here. Okay. Okay, what's up pre-market? Workday blasting higher last night, trying to hold on to gains. We're up, 6%? 6.5%. Ross Stores, Take-Two, AMD is number 4, and Marvell's number 5, followed by Texas Instruments, ASML makes the chips, makes the machines that makes the chips. Intel number 7, Cisco, Team, Atlassian, and Shopify. The Iron Condors from last week, Cisco, the 120 strike held. All right, so you should have 100% on that one. Okay, what's T3 doing? T3 Energy, I saw some notes on T3. Okay, that's still up there near 8. It's up backed off the high. What is Rackspace doing? Pre-market, Rackspace, inside day. Okay. Apple, pre-market Apple is higher. Okay, did I sell all my Apple yesterday? I did, didn't I? Okay. That's all right. Reducing exposure into the 3-day weekend. Okay, looking at Markov chains, equity markets, late stage expansion with high volatility vulnerability. Okay, using Markov chains, you can run this script too in the morning. Using Markov chains, what's the current state of equity markets, yields, forex? We already know that we've got positive gamma. Okay. If you're not familiar with Markov chains, the market stays in one of three states, right? Uptrend, downtrend, or range bound. Just another way of looking at it. This uses computers and math instead of just the visual. The visual would give you the same information. The way we look at the markets every week, we are a bit extended for 8th week. Okay, well, we go for a 9th week. All right, so the last time we had 8 weeks bullish like this was 2023 after the 2022 bear market, as you are more than likely aware. Okay. So in 2022, we finished off. 2023, we had a couple of these really bullish runs like this one towards the end of the year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks into the last trading day of 2023. We had 9 weeks up. Over here, early 2023. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we had a string of weeks higher from 3,800 up to 4,600. I don't know if you remember that, but that was a lot of fun coming out of that bear market. People were ready for a nice bullish trend. If you recall, we also got long TRBCX during that time. TRBCX, and that gained over 177%. Okay, from the 2022, the end of the 2022 bear market. We bought back here when the trend started to change. Once price action gets above the 10 EMA, you need to pay attention. When it drops below the 10 EMA on the weekly time frame, another time to take heed. All right, this is TRBCX. Okay, so we've got 9 weeks up, 8 weeks up, sorry. Okay, total gain. We got 5 minutes to go. Total gain, including the recent drawdown, total gain, 182%, more or less. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Put this up here. Okay. All right, so currently the S&P 500 is up 8 weeks. That's the longest run since 2023. We had that 9 weeks up towards the end of 2023 going into 2024. We closed at the highs of the year to end the year 2023, if you recall. All right, so where are we now? Okay, Apple up. Breaking out the new territory. Apple with lots of upgrades. Got a 400 price target. Wedbush, Dan Ives, a $400 price target on Apple. Amazon, nice bounce. Nice bounce the last couple of days. Amazon. On Tuesday, we had a nice hammer. Wednesday, Thursday, coming into today, Amazon is currently trading just off the highs, pre-market 269, 270. Okay, Amazon. Okay, we got 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes to go. Amazon. Pre-market's up. Pre-market is up 268, just off the highs. We hit 269 and change on Amazon, maybe another bounce. Okay, here goes Tesla. Tesla's on the move. Tesla's going a bit more. It's inside of yesterday's price action. Don't get too excited. Okay, inside of yesterday's price action, we have that spinning, large spinning top. Netflix turning back down. Microsoft, again, selling from the pre-market high. Microsoft. Third time this week, we hit pre-market highs and started getting sold. Microsoft. Okay, we make these pre-market highs and then just give it all back. Let's see what else. NVIDIA, we're looking for. Okay, so the thing about NVIDIA, which is interesting, normally on a pullback or a pop after earnings, we start the count. In this case, we'd already moved lower for 4 days. So today is day 6. Today is day 6. We've got 5 days already. Do we bounce? We're holding up above the 9 and 21 day, or at least the 21 day. I don't have the 9 EMA enabled. It looks like we're above that. Okay, Meta's trying to do something. Okay, less than a minute to go. Let's see. I think I have the wrong date here. Okay, we got 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds to go. Okay, S&P. S&P is up quite a bit. S&P. Looking for a bounce. S&P. Futures. Okay, we pull back just a hair. Okay, there goes Snowflake. Snowflake on the move. Okay, Nike is up again today. Down a little bit. Okay. S&P. ARM Holdings. Nokia. There goes CRML's on the move. CRML. There goes Meta on the move. Okay, Meta, a little pop. Meta popping. Don't forget the quantum stocks. Those were all up yesterday. Meta, there goes Apple. S&P is bouncing. Okay, S&P is bouncing. Okay, here's the S&P gapping up. All right, can we take out the all-time highs? I'd be selling into strength. That's what I'll be doing today. Taking some risk off the table. Okay, S&P. All right, I'll be selling these 7,500s. All right, futures pushing a bit higher. S&P 500. Okay, hedge flows. Okay, hedge flows turning down. S&P popping back up a little bit. All right, trying to sell these S&P 500, 7,500 call spreads. Okay, Apple's on the move. Amazon pushing higher. So is Microsoft. Microsoft with the bounce. Tesla's on the move. Tesla on the move. All right, let the market settle down. Looks like we're going to try to trend here. Hedge flows turning up. Tesla's on the move. Tesla. Hedge flow still rising. S&P looks good. Okay, Tesla driving higher. All right, so it looks like we're headed back up into the top of this range above the 200-day. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Tesla, Apple, Amazon, all of these pushing higher. Okay, there goes Meta, Microsoft with the bounce. Microsoft with the bounce. Okay, looks good. We should have a little tailwind today, I would think. All right, what's Nike doing? Let's take a look at a few of these things. Quantum stocks, IONQ, breaking out IONQ. The quantums were higher yesterday. Okay, June. I want to go out to July. I'm going to add some July calls, IONQ. 65.70, 65 by vertical, 65.70, $1.63. Okay. Trying to get some IONQ. Okay, there goes CRML's bouncing as well. S&P driving higher. Okay, S&P 500. I'm selling some of those 7500s as the S&P climbs here. There goes Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft on the move. Microsoft finally on the move. Okay, starting to move higher. Apple looking good. Top stocks, Workday popped last night. Workday on earnings, I guess. Earnings beat. Ross Stores up again. Ross Stores been trending. Over the last couple of weeks, it pulled back, but it been trending prior to last week. A little fade below the 50-day, back above the 50-day. Ross Stores, if you erase last week and this week, basically the trend is continuing here. CRML futures continue to rise. Okay, I got filled on those S&P 500 call spreads. Okay, I bought some Qs too, didn't I? I bought some Qs. Those should be up a lot. Qs. All right, those are done. Qs, filled orders. Okay, those are done. IWM, I didn't get back into IWM. That gapped up this morning at Doji. Okay, Microsoft trying to take out yesterday's high. Microsoft is on the move. Again, looking at the NASDAQ 100, team Atlassian, bouncing off the 21-day, looks really good. If you look over on the right, you can see the daily chart. Nice consolidation pushing off the 21-day. You've got team Atlassian on the move, team. Nice follow through. Okay. IONQ. 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 The quantums look really good. Okay, quantum stocks continuing here. Quantum stocks continue. Okay, IONQ QBTS RGTI, etc. IBM. Okay, so IBM, what's ARM Holdings doing? ARM, IBM, IBM. Okay, IBM, a doji. I would like to buy some IBM. I wait for a little dip though. CRML, that one's moving. CRML off the 50-day. CRML, bounce. 50, 200-day. CRML, bounce at the 50, 200-day. Okay, looks good. Snowflake still going. Snowflake. All right, Snowflake having a good morning as well. Snowflake. ServiceNow. All right, those are all trying to push off of the 50-day, breaking above this week. Okay, what else? Zscaler after earnings. All right, starting to follow through now. I'm going to buy some Zscaler. It posted earnings. If you look at Zscaler recovered. Post EPS. Note it is chasing the likes of CRWD, PANW. Check those two. Okay, Zscaler recovered. Okay. All right, Nokia on the move. All right, Zscaler. I'm going to buy some Zscaler. Let's see. Looking for a little dip here on Zscaler. I'll go out 3 months at least. Zscaler. I don't want to put on a whole lot of risk. Just want to go out. Okay, there's not a whole lot of volume in July. Let's see. Let's go out to August. August monthlies. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of interest in this one. There's open interest, but there's Zscaler. There's a lot of open interest, but not a lot of volume today so far. January. Let's see what January. All right, some people buying January 175s. Okay, January 200s. All right. CRML continuation, S&P 500. I did sell those 7500s. I'm out of those. Okay, Nokia. All right, nice move on Nokia. And okay. Back up to the highs, Nokia. Nokia, I have December 15s. I rolled up to December 15. I just keep rolling these. until it decides to slow down. Okay, I rolled up and out to the December 15 call. Oracle, looking for Oracle to run. Okay, all right, so it looks good. Oracle, nice 2-week descending channel breakout. All right, so Oracle, you got a nice descending channel breakout. Thanks for bringing it to my attention, Prano. Okay, so you got this little channel over here. Took 2 weeks. Got this little, basically a little channel like this. Okay. And we're breaking out of it. That looks good. Nice little consolidation. Okay, I like it. Oracle. Looks good. Volume looks good. All right, volume is tapering off a bit. So we need to be aware of that. Okay. Need more volume today. MACD's turned up. Okay. MACD's turned up. Oracle. Okay, looks good. This week has been highlighted by risk on with positive gamma giving us support, as you're aware. We've been talking about that for the last couple of weeks. ARM holdings on the bounce. ARM going. Oracle. Okay, watch ARM holdings here. ARM holdings. Okay. ARM holdings. Okay, I got a limit order to sell CRML2. CRML2. Yep. ARM breaking out. $302. Jeez. ARM holdings going. Okay, let me sell a little bit into strength. This is getting a little ridiculous with ARM. I want to take some off. I don't want to like just stay in this. Close my eyes. All right, so let me make my limit at 410. 400. ARM holdings. All right, that's gone. Jeez. Looks good though, right? ARM holdings. I'm not going to overstay my welcome. I'm looking forward to base up here. This has gone ballistic. Could keep going. I just want to, cash in. Looks good. Come on, give me a fill. I got a limit at $4. 300, 310s. Okay, ARM holdings still pushing. The top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Ross Stores taking over number 1. Workday falling a little bit. Team at Atlassian, Qualcomm, Zscaler, Synopsys, Cadence Design, Texas Instruments, NXP Semiconductor, Analog Devices, AMD, CrowdStrike, DoorDash, ADP, Data, Copart, Datadog, Gilead. There was a big trade on Gilead. Check that one out if you're interested. And Pfizer, Autodesk pulling back. I'm sorry, Autodesk popping. Software names. I just saw ARM pull back a little bit. That's what caught my eye. Mm-hmm. Okay, Oracle looks good. Oracle looks good. Okay, that's pulling back a little bit from the high as well. Software stocks, IGV. If you're paying attention to IGV, Workday, and a bunch of other ones just popped. Looking good. The Qs. Qs continue. Okay, all I'm doing is taking a little profits off the table. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Nice rally going into a 3-day weekend. Let's see what Nike looks like. Nike off the low. Nike. All right, IONQ. These quantum stocks breaking out. IONQ, RGTI, Rigetti following through. IBM, little consolidation. IBM. Let's see. QBTS is another one. Okay, IGV. All right. QBTS. Also breaking higher. INFQ. INFQ. All of these quantum stocks breaking out. Oracle pulling back a bit. ARM Holdings looks like it's going to go some more. ARM. I want to sell some ARM into this strength. I got January calls. Probably going to buy something a little closer. Okay, January. Oracle, looking for that break higher. Oracle. Looking good. Qs, yeah, I sold some of those. Sold some. Yeah, Nick. Usually I check the 10-year yield when it comes to IWM. Typically works in reverse. Retail stocks on the move. Retail stocks on the move. Dick's Sporting Goods, Urban Outfitters, American Eagle, Costco, Target, Kohl's. These are from the March lows. All of those pushing a bit higher. Walmart's off. Looking to get into some Walmart on a base. We got Macy's, Ross Stores, Boot Barn, etc. All of those look really good. Excuse me. Okay. Microsoft did dip there a little bit. Microsoft dipping a little bit. Okay, ARM Holdings. This one looks really good. 300, 310. Okay, ARM Holdings continuation. Nike. Let's see what Nike looks like. Nike, NKE, Nike. All right, coming off the low, Nike. Nokia, of course, I rolled out to January 15s. ARM Holdings looks good. SoFi, that was one that Grover pointed out. Some unusual action there. RXT, Rackspace. Looking for that to get back up to recent highs. Look for a bounce to follow through. Nike looks good. ARM, SoFi. Okay, RXT, Tesla. Google, what's Google doing? Google down. I'm looking for a bounce on Google. Apple, looks like Apple's just going to keep going. I would buy some more Apple. I'm just not going to do it on a Friday going into a long weekend. Apple's probably going to be a good trade. Let's see what it looks like on the 1 minute chart. Apple. Okay, 1 minute chart. Okay, we're overbought. Okay, so you don't want to buy it when it's up here like this. Let's see, ARM Holdings, same thing. Okay, it got oversold first thing this morning. ARM Holdings looks like it wants to follow through. ARM has been on a mission. Okay, you have this little base, and then it breaks out for a week or so. Bases again, breaks out for a few days. Looking for the next base up here near 300, 310. I got the 300, 310 call spreads. ARM, I'm trying to get out, but no one's interested in buying Januaries right now. I could probably get out at 370 or so. Let's see. Let me go look at that. ARM Holdings, ARM. What are the Qs doing? The Qs are up. Qs pushing higher. CRM. ARM Holdings looks like it's going to go again. Number one on the S&P 500, Dell Computer. That was off the last couple of days, right? It's been basing. Dell Computer breaking out new 52-week highs. Dell breaking out again. Dell breaking out. All right, so all right, NVIDIA falling off a bit. All right, it's been basing for 5 or 6 days now, including today. It was basing before earnings. Nike, yeah, I like I like Nike. Swing, Nike. Let's see. Let me show you what I have. Nike. I had the 45 call. 45 call. Okay, Apple hanging in there. NVIDIA, Amazon, those pull back. Google pulling back along with Netflix. Early morning profit taking. People looking forward to taking off for the weekend, probably just taking profits. ARM Holdings. There goes ARM. Okay, ARM looking good. This is crazy strength, ARM. Trying to get out of these calls while the getting's good. ARM, let me go see what the bid is on ARM. ARM, I got January calls. So one thing about taking calls too far out, a lot of times people won't even look at those strikes. Okay. Okay, not a whole lot of open interest. That's part of my problem. There is some interest there. People looking at January's. About 700 in open interest at the 300 strike. That is a 65 delta. ARM. $385. Looks like a doable. Dan Ives talking NVIDIA. All right, New York Fangs are mixed at the moment. New York Fangs, Nike, got the 45 strike call. Looking for this squeeze to open up. Nike. Okay, futures. Let's keep an eye on the hedge flows here. Hedge flows dropping off pretty dramatically there for whatever reason. Okay. Okay, we got resistance overhead at 7,500. I sold my 7,500s into strength. I'm completely out of those S&P spreads that expire next week. Got rejected right at 7,500. Can we reverse here and push back up? Notice all the purple, positive gamma. Tesla looking for the bounce. Tesla. All right, the Oracle been fading this morning. A little break out of that little channel. Looking for more upside. Okay, looking for a bounce in the futures. Qs. All right, IWM. IWM gapped up this morning, just kind of recovering. Let's take a look at this 10-year yield. The 10-year and the IWM tend to work in opposite directions. Okay, so here's IWM. Let's look at the 10-year yield. 10-year should be fading. Faded a little bit, but notice it's hesitating at the 9 EMA. Let's look at the intraday chart. 10-year yield starting to bounce back up. So the hesitancy with IWM right now is, as we watch IWM and the 10-year yield, these two tend to work in the opposite directions. Okay. So it's pretty obvious people took profits first few minutes of the trading day. It's 10:07 Friday, May 22nd. We've got a long weekend. We got Monday off for Memorial Day here in the U.S. Let's see if we can't get a bounce. Bitcoin still diddling with the 50-day. Bitcoin dropping off a bit, so that's not giving us much to go on. Bitcoin. Okay, IONQ, and the quantum stocks, these look pretty good. IONQ breaking higher. I have the 6570s now. IONQ 6570s for July. IONQ. Tesla. Looks like Tesla wants to go. All right, so Dan Ives is talking Tesla right now. Tesla looks like it wants to go here. All right, joined you. Finally. Merck finally getting the move. PFE, big trade yesterday. Options trade too. Tesla, Tesla. Okay, watching Tesla here as well. Tesla. Excuse me. ARM Holdings going again. ARM Holdings. All right, looks good. ARM. Tesla, looking for that follow through. Tesla. Okay, let's look at the 1 minute chart. Okay, a little bit oversold. Right towards the close. Pushing higher, looking for more upside. Let's see. Tesla, watch lots of open interest on Tesla. Okay. Tesla, nice flow. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple going as well. Apple pushing higher. Looks like that's just going to keep going. Apple. Apple. A lot of volume. Apple. Flows. Look good. Okay, continuation. Apple. Apple still pushing. Arm holdings at the high. Okay, Tesla looking for that push. Okay, watching Apple, Tesla. Nice follow through on Tesla. Ooh. Microsoft just can't get out of its own way. Arm holdings going again. Arm holdings going again. Arm holdings pushing higher, 305. Arm holdings continuation. Arm holdings continuation. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. There goes our arm holdings again. There goes Tesla. Okay, futures are starting to bounce. Tesla. Microsoft turning off the low if you're interested in a day trade. ARM Holdings continues. ARM Holdings. Tesla taking a little break here. Tesla consolidating. ARM Holdings. ARM Holdings. Nice strength in ARM. Apple's still going. Apple's still going. Tesla. Tesla. Tesla following through, looking good. Nokia looking good. Apple. All right, Tesla looking good. Tesla. Apple still pushing. Apple. ARM Holdings. All right, Apple's at the high, looking good. Apple. Top 10 on the NASDAQ 100, Qualcomm, Ross Stores, Synopsys, Cadence Design, AMD, ARM Holdings, Workday, NXP Semiconductors, Zscaler, Team at Lazy, and CrowdStrike, Microchip, Intel, KLAC, Tesla, DoorDash, lots of nice looking stocks running up this morning. I am systematically reducing my exposure. I just took some ARM holdings off. All right. Rocket Labs was off yesterday, right? Rocket Labs. Now it's up again. Rocket Labs. Oracle. Okay, looks good. Oracle up at 1.4, 1.5%. Oracle trying to get back up into yesterday, into the morning range. Microsoft turning as well. Tesla breaking out. Tesla breaking higher. Looking good. Tesla, Nike looks good. Oracle, Nokia, Google turning back up. Google. Tesla at the high of the day, looking good. Tesla. Tesla high of the day continues to push. Apple at the highs, looks good. Microsoft turning the corner. NVIDIA turning the corner. Maybe a trade on NVIDIA. NVIDIA's been down here for, been basing for 6 days now, right? NVIDIA. Prior to earnings, it didn't go very far. Sitting at the 21 day. NVIDIA. I got a position already. I haven't done anything with it. June options, right? I believe June options. Okay, Rackspace, RXT. Nice bounce. Day 2 bounce there, Mondo. Looks good. Microsoft turning the corner. Okay, what's some of the pharmaceutical stocks? Noted Pfizer yesterday. A little pop. All right, that's pulling back in. Gilead. Okay, Merck. Merck, big gap up on Merck. It's about time. Merck has been just below the 50 day for the last 4, 5, 6 weeks. Merck finally popping back up. Johnson and Johnson, AbbVie. Okay, all of these look okay. SPHD. A lot of these names are in SPHD, pushing a bit higher. Critical metals pulling back. Tesla looks like it wants to keep going. Tesla. Snowflake. All right, Tesla. Tesla didn't really get that oversold. Went below 50 this morning. See a lot of flows out in next week's options as well as in June for the IPO, for the SpaceX IPO, parlaying into that Tesla. Let's see. Qualcomm. Qualcomm, nice trend in Qualcomm. Ross Stores backed off early in the week, turning back up. Ross Stores retail looks pretty good. Synopsys, Cadence Design, ARM Holdings, all of these are pushing higher. Texas Instruments, AMD doesn't look as good as some of the others. Zscaler, Texas Instruments. Zscaler, a little dip early. Zscaler, let's see if there's anybody else interested in Zscaler. Zscaler. QRVO, QRVO. Tesla still pushing. Apple as well. Apple looking good. Apple still climbing. Apple, lots of flow in Apple. Apple. RSI rising. Apple looks good. Tesla, lots of flow in Apple and Tesla. Check out the options change. You can see there's quite a bit of flow in both of these. Yeah, Meta looks good. I got FBL. Thanks. Meta. Let's see what Meta kind of options we got. Meta trading here. Meta. There goes Apple, looking good. Meta. All right, Meta could do something here. Watch Meta. All right, watching Meta as well. Meta. Okay, looking good. Meta. It's not got to get above the 50-day. Meta's trying to get above the 50-day. What's the 60-minute look like? 60 minutes starting to transition. All right, there goes Tesla. Tesla more upside. All right, IBM. Let's take a look at what's the best. Arm holding still going.
Michelle, good to see you. What brings you by MSG? In general, it's not often I get to hang out with Sue because regularly you make hits and our partners really see customers people that come to watch games. Today's special friends have a chat. So are you a big Knicks guy?
Tesla still pushing. Arm holding still going. Apple's at the high of the day.
Welcome to a new episode of Galafine's Opening Bid Unfiltered podcast. I'm Galafine's executive editor Brian Sozzi, and it's always a treat for me to get outside the confines of plush, amazing Galafine's headquarters studios to a podcast. And this is a real special one for me. We're inside Madison Square Garden. There's nobody here in the stand. Me and JP's in bed soon. So
Tesla, a little profit taking. All right, IBM, lots of flow and different strikes. IBM.
Yeah, we have a company that was built over the years, through mergers and acquisitions. And today we have this global platform, 120 countries. The company has operations physically, 135,000 people across 50 countries. And back in 2021, it was not yesterday, but it's now 5 years ago. We have
IBM.
the platform was big enough.
Let's see what IBM looks like here. IBM had a big move yesterday. They've produced something like 20 quantum computers or something like that. 10 to 20, something like that. Okay, IBM looking for follow through from yesterday. S&P 500 futures turning back up. Apple's still going. Try not to buy the high of the day. Buy dips like Microsoft. Microsoft, nice little dip buying opportunity potentially. Nokia. Okay, Nokia. I did roll out the Januaries, the 15s. Those looking good. Microsoft higher lows, turn the corner. Microsoft at the low, turn the corner. There goes Meta. Meta looks like it wants to go here. Meta. Okay. Meta. Meta looks like it's going to go right now. Meta looks like it wants to go right now. Let's see. Let's go out to June and see what that looks like. Meta. Flows. Okay. Z-scaler turning up. Z-scaler, check out Z-scaler. It had earnings. It managed to bounce. Okay, check out CrowdStrike. This is the potential for these security stocks. Zscaler versus CrowdStrike versus Palo Alto Networks. Those look really good. ARM Holdings still going. Wow. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Okay, let's look at IBM. IBM. All right, just kind of sitting here. IBM. Meta's starting to climb. Meta. Okay, New York Fang's looking better. Google's starting to climb now. Zscaler turning back up. Zscaler. Let me just check Zscaler. Zscaler's best contracts here. Zscaler 2000 in open interest at the 180 strike. 180, 190. Zscaler. One 180, 190. All right, Apple's still pushing. Apple, still going, Apple. Apple looking pretty good today. Apple. I hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's only 8 minutes after 11 this morning. It's Friday the 22nd. We got a 3-day weekend. Monday, we're off. Okay, there goes Google. Apple's still going here. Apple's trending. Looking very good, Apple. Okay. Zscaler. Okay, Zscaler, I bought some 180, 190 call spreads. Zscaler. June. All right, Zscaler turning back up. Zscaler. Okay, I bought some Zscaler June 180, 190 call spreads. Looking for this to turn back up. Zscaler got oversold a few minutes ago, right here at 10:15. Rising. We'll see if this follows through. What I'm looking for to do, Zscaler, is to start trending like Palo Alto. Look at Palo Alto. Okay, look at CrowdStrike. These security names, solid trends. So I wouldn't be surprised to see people step up and buy Zscaler. No, 385. Apple's still going here. Apple. Yeah, no, Android. I wasn't able to get 4 limit. I got 385 for it. So I just went under what I was currently bidding for it. It wound up filling. Okay, Apple. Apple's still going here. I'm going to take some profits in Apple. Apple's still going. All right, just took some Apple calls off, half of my Apple calls off. Into strength. Tesla, I would do the same with Tesla, take a little bit off. If you're day trading. Nokia. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Netflix, those three are turning back up. Google did the same thing about half an hour ago. Google started to turn. Okay, Google right at the 21 day. It's been fading for the past 7 trading days out of that big bullish candle. So I got a feeling these people are still here, buying the dip, looking for this to turn back up. MACD, stochastic, resetting. So looking for a Google to get going here. Okay, you got oversold condition at 10. That's your buy signal. Once RSI gets oversold, you got higher lows. Put a stop underneath the low. Why? Because you get stochastics to start turning up. Okay, it's not quite there yet. Looking for stochastics to turn as a function of price as well. Okay, Z-scaler pushing back up. Again, the top 10, Qualcomm taking over the number 1 spot for the NASDAQ 100. Qualcomm, Dell is number 1 on the S&P 500, followed by Hewlett-Packard, Qualcomm, NetApp, and HPE. HPE and HPQ both in the top 5 on the S&P 500. Top 5 for the NASDAQ 100, Qualcomm, Ross Stores, Cadence Design, AMD, and Synopsys. Zscaler's climbing the list right now. Zscaler's climbing the list. Look like that's going to run. Let me take a look at Zscaler earnings. Let's see. Zscaler's earnings. Zscaler earnings. Zscaler. Okay. Okay, they still have double-digit earnings growth, 24%, 25% revenue growth. Let me see what CrowdStrike looks like comparatively speaking. CrowdStrike beat. They're 15 basis points more in the earnings growth. All right, so let's look at Palo Alto. These three are probably going to all run together. Okay, Palo Alto, CrowdStrike. All right, Palo Alto doesn't have as good an earnings growth or revenue growth, but yet look at the difference in the chart. So I'm looking at Zscaler to catch up with CrowdStrike and Palo Alto. There goes Amazon. Amazon's on the move here. Amazon. I sold my Amazon. Shoot. All right, that's okay. That's okay. I sold my Amazon. Adobe. What's IGV doing? IGV looked better this morning. Okay, software looking better. Microsoft turning the corner. What's Oracle doing? Oracle. Okay, Oracle is just going to take time. Oracle, this is a long-term trade anyway. IWM and the 10-year yield. If you think about IWM, just take a peek at the 10-year yield before you enter a position on small caps. Always make sure what the 10-year is doing. Okay, Apple's at the high. Okay, Apple. Taking a little bit more Apple off at the high. Just reducing my exposure into this long weekend. Short-term options, that's all I'm talking about. When I say I'm taking profits, don't get nervous if you're a long-term investor. The markets look fine for the long term. You know, long-term investors, you should be okay with like a 3 to 5% pullback occasionally and still maintain the trend. Overall, the S&P has been averaging like 20% gains on the year since 23. Okay, so 3 years in a row, 20% plus gains. You have to go back to 2023 to see a 9-week rally. That was the absolute end of the year, 2023. If you look at the 2023 weekly chart, you see the last 9 weeks of 2023, the markets kept going and wound up obviously continuing into 2024. But you have to go back. You have to go back to 23 to see 9 weeks in a row where the S&P had the same sort of performance that we're having right now. Back to 2023. Here is the weekly trend. Okay. 8 weeks up. That's crazy, huh? So over here in 23, the end of 23, you can see this 9-week rally. Wasn't as pronounced as this one. Still, it was 9 weeks up. And, earlier in the year, between March and July, you had like a 4 or 5 month run with with an occasional consolidation, a week or so. The main thing to take away from this is where is price relative to the 10 EMA, and is the 10 EMA rising or falling, or is the 10 EMA flattening out? It's rising. So yes, we could consolidate. This is week number 8. We're looking at 7,500. So longer term, everything looks fine. Short term options, a different story, of course. If you bought Tesla this morning, you want to be taking profits right now. Same thing with Apple. Same thing with what's ARM Holdings doing right now? ARM Holdings. Okay, you should be taking some profits off into strength. Okay, around 10:30, 11 o'clock, 11:30 to 12, somewhere in this time frame between 10:30 and 12 o'clock. You want to be watching for those A pivots. If you take a day trade in the morning, you want to be exiting into noon. Between 10:30 and noon, you're going to look for weakness. Whereas RSI, is it overbought and starting to produce lower highs? You take some profits off. If you're day trading, like Tesla, same thing. Tesla this morning, nice run up. Apple, same thing. Okay, nice run up. Still going, by the way. Apple's still going. But I would take some profits off into strength. You can see RSI is showing muscle. Apple's showing muscle. Tesla, a little profit taking. Tesla with a little profit taking. Amazon trying to push back up. Google with a nice bounce. Oversold condition. Put a stop underneath that 10 o'clock low right there. Looking for it to run. It got overbought and starting to see some profit taking. Probably keeps going. This one looks like Google. Check out the 60-minute time frame that tells you whether or not you want to be bullish or bearish. Right now, this looks somewhat neutral. Apple, obviously above the 20 EMA and pulling away. That's showing tremendous strength. It probably keeps going. Don't buy the high of the day. That's the only problem. The only stipulation is, this is showing lots of strength, but you just don't want to buy the high of the day, right? You want to buy those dips. Dip, gets back above the trend and starts trending again. RSI starting to show lower highs. I would be taking profits here. I already took profits on Apple. I'm completely out of a day trade on Apple now. That was mentioned by David, along with Tesla. Those were his trades. Just tagged along. Let's see. Microsoft turning the corner. That's one that I mentioned. Microsoft. Okay, here goes Apple. Oh, shit. Look at Apple. Apple. Holy smokes. Apple.
Beer is not really like this. What you see in beer is the behavior of people changing packages.
Meta looking good.
That the more cans per pack, for example, the more affordable the price is. Because since we have less cost in packaging, we give more affordability to consumers, and you see consumers trading channels. So when you are with higher inflation, you see these big chains growing more. When you have more stable scenarios, you see these more local supermarkets, stores growing more. So beer doesn't really trade out, trades
Meta looking good.
a little bit down. But usually the biggest trades that we see are channels and packaging rather than brands. People tend to find the brands that they like on more affordable packaging. They go down by more planning rather than food. A couple of last numbers for you. 5 years or 25 years since we dropped our supply chain yesterday. well, there's a surprise every day, right? So that's the beauty of the job and the part that's fun. But I think that the one thing that changed, and everybody talks about this, is we came from a period in which people would see big change or shifts every
Meta,
decade.
looking for a push.
And
Okay.
2019 to now, basically every year we are coming from some disruptions in one shape or form. And therefore, companies that are more resilient, teams that are more agile and able to adapt, categories that are bigger for consumers, more relevant for consumers, and brands that have higher equity, they navigate
Meta, lots of flow.
slightly better than others. So I think that a big part of CEO's life and job today is what people call building resilience. Resilience is this ability to withstand the shocks and continue to move forward. Right? And this is somehow what we've been doing. Planning for the long term, but also adapting and adjusting for the short term.
What would you tell really what you know, what would you tell your younger self when you first started at 8 years ago? That young guy with chemical engineering, that was gonna great. Yeah. What would you tell that person?
Uh, Keep moving forward. Don't give up. No matter what others tell you, do what's right.
Was there a moment you think helped get you into this scene? Your career is longer than mine, but I can point to 3 or 4 specific moments that I think got me to this scene. Like, is there a mentor that ushered you up through the doors, so to speak?
I think that I have the privilege over the years. In this company for over 30 years now. I have had immense amount of people that I worked with and I could learn from. And I always had trainees every year that come to the company just from graduation. And I often tell them some of the best learnings that I had was with the people who drive the trucks, with the people behind the counter in the bar.
All right, Meta, no follow through.
You could see how the reality of dealing with customers and consumers every day is. And I never lose an opportunity. That
Apple's starting to flag out. Meta, Apple.
doesn't matter where you are, who you're talking to, try to pay attention because there is something there that you can learn. And of course, we all have moments in
Okay,
time.
so Meta supposedly has a new Reddit like app for Facebook groups. Meta has quietly released Forum, a Reddit like app for Facebook groups. Reddit dropped on the news. Okay, what is Zscaler? All right, so things are starting to slow down. Stocks are starting to slow down. Microsoft had a little bounce off the low. Looks like a bear flag for now. Nvidia trying to bounce 6, 7 trading days. Netflix trying to turn.
Just let nature take its course. There's only one place like Hallmark movies and more. I want what you have. I don't want anything but peace. It can be inspiring, and a little magic can change everything. Maybe that wish just might be the answer. Peace and more on Hallmark movies and more.
Okay. Watching for Meta to bounce. Meta. New York Fangs look okay. Apple, Tesla, Snowflake leading. NVIDIA trying to bounce. Netflix trying to bounce. Microsoft might actually bounce a little more. Microsoft. Let's see what Microsoft looks like. Microsoft coming off the low. Microsoft got oversold. Is this going to run, Microsoft? Let's see what today's options look like. 0 day, Microsoft. $22. 29,000 of the 420 calls trading. Okay, 420 calls are going for $1.06 right now. 420 calls going for $1.06. Microsoft. Microsoft. Microsoft looking for a pop here through 420. The 420 call is going for $1 and change.
We've got 5 of the major companies reporting this week. On Wednesday night, we've got Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. And on Thursday, we've got Apple. So let's get right to it. Steve, first of all, thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure. And Brian, this is a shift for us. It's usually me in that seat and you in this seat. I'm only here to ask you why or how $8 gas will impact that earnings. Come on, baby, get out of here. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so Steve, let's start first about just kind of your overall view of what this week is going to bring and what people should be thinking.
Well, there's a lot to unpack then. I mean, first of all, Wednesday is like the mother of all market days, right? I mean, in theory, it's volatility personified. In reality, stuff doesn't always work out that way. Let me explain why. First, you have the Fed meeting at 2 o'clock. You get the announcement. Then 2:30 is Powell's press.
Which is interesting because this is Powell, seemingly so, his last FOMC.
Yeah, because over the weekend we learned that Senator Tillis is going to support Kevin Warsh. Personally, for me, it didn't really meet the announcement from Janine Pirro did not meet this criteria because, oh, by the way, we reserve the right to do and wasn't the other criteria supposed to be an end to the Lisa Cook investigation, which they've been silent about. But
Microsoft in talks to use Anthropic. Anthropic in talks to use Microsoft AI chips. That was yesterday, right? Yesterday. Okay, Microsoft looking for that to pop. Okay, futures continue to climb. Futures are still climbing. Okay, IBM still sitting here, not moving much. Zscaler looking for it to make a higher high, making higher lows. Zscaler. Meta, no follow through so far.
I think the latter. I like the unvarnished Jerome Powell. Like he's always, I've often called him Goldilocks in the soup. Right. He's always managed to
Tesla. Futures looking for more upside. Let's take a look at that. Oh, why is my just noticed my what do you call it? It's not on. Where are you? Thursday. Discord. Where's my Discord? There he is. Okay. Zscaler. Discord. Pulse. Okay, watching futures, looking for a few more stocks to pop.
I'm thinking the way to hedge these earnings is either number one, you're doing individual stocks, or number two, stocks. Here's why. I mean, we're taking this. It looks like as we're taking this now Monday around noon, stocks is breaking its 18-day winning streak. We can talk about how unprecedented that is. I'm sure we can have like 50 stocks. But let me not lie. FJET. But that's the key. If the big hyperscalers say, damn the torpedoes, we're going to keep borrowing money, we're going to keep spending.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. Apple Pulse, 0 DTE, call sign, size.
That then continues, stocks is the way to go. If they say, you know what?
IBM. Okay, IBM just sitting here. Meta, looking for a bounce in Meta. Looking for it to move back above VWAP.
So to me, that's actually where I would consider hedging with stocks as opposed to hedging with some of these specific stocks or hedging with Qs or something of that nature, because that's where it's going to be reflected. You're going to get, I doubt that somehow the semis will just be unchanged after all this. I'd be worried going through this next seminar, and I'll try to keep it like as simple as when those Tesla earnings hit the wires, and Elon, they didn't say anything in the press release or the slide deck, and you hop in that earnings call 15 minutes, it was like $25 billion in capex. They were at $20 billion coming in this year. That company spent $8.5 billion last year in capex. This is a meaningful acceleration, and what the market do? It said Tesla shares down. Why should we expect the same damn thing from all 6 of these companies coming up? Maybe except Apple, because it called out an AI division. So this is at them first.
Meta. Let me see. Meta. Microsoft. Meta. Microsoft looking for that pop.
We're going to be more judicious about it, and we're going to be concerned about whether the business model that we love about these companies is changing. These companies, to me, have sort of magical business models, right? Like very few assets, very low fixed costs, insanely high margins, and fewer people too. A fewer people. I mean, they're firing thousands of people. Well, that's the other key, right? That is telling you that maybe what we got to tighten the belt around people. Not Microsoft.
All right, so Apple's just off the high of the day. So is Tesla. Those two had a nice little run up this morning. Microsoft, no follow through. Meta starting to fade. All right, IBM's fading now. A bit more to the lows of the morning. IBM, Meta, Microsoft, Tesla fading a bit, Apple fading off the highs, Google. All right, for now, it looks like most of the momentum for the morning rush is dissipating. Let's see what hedge flows look like. All right, tapering off the buying activity. There's a 99 percentile here at 7,500. That's keeping prices just below it. Positive gamma, though. So we could see a little test of that later in the day. Oh, boy. Futures, can we get another shot to the highs? Futures. 7,500 cash, S&P cash, 7,500 is resistance. You got a 99 percentile right there. RXT, Rackspace is trying to break out. Rackspace. Microsoft, no follow through. Okay, Microsoft, no follow through. Okay, top 10 NASDAQ 100, Qualcomm, Ross Stores, Cadence Design, Synopsys, Texas Instruments, AMD, Workday, Zscaler, NXP, Semiconductor, Team Atlassian, and KLAC. New York Fangs hit the highs of the day, most of them. Starting to fade a bit. Rackspace trying to break out. RXT. Futures trying to continue. Let's see. S&P 500. S&P grinding up against the highs.
Long data, deep calls, Amazon Pulse, SanDisk Pulse, Q's Pulse, Spider Pulse, Apple Pulse, NVIDIA Pulse, AMD Pulse, SPS Pulse.
Okay, quite a few names there. Just got some buys. AMD, Apple, NVIDIA, Tesla, People are building up positions for Tesla for the IPO, the SpaceX IPO, playing it in tandem. S&P 7,500 is a major 99 percentile strike right here. Okay, 7,500. That's non-zero day. 0 day is not 99 percentile. All right, non-zero day is the 75, the 99 percentile. Longer dated. All right, QBTS sounds like quantum names. QBTS. Quantum names continue to rally. Quantum names. Big move here. QBTS. IONQ. Those are looking really good. Rigetti, RGTI. All the quantum names are ripping. QBTS. QBTS, IONQ, RGTI, RGTI. What was the other one? The other one was who was it? The other one was INFQ. INFQ.
I'm trying to figure out right now, guys, if what we're seeing at Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, and the layoffs is about to trickle down to other sectors.
Well, I guess that's the question. How's it being AI being used? Unclear. Right?
SP exports, long dated, size, deep calls, Tesla pulse, deep puts, AMD pulse, shenanigans.
You call it Xfinity or something. You ask the question, the AI it's not able to answer the question. All it does is
Okay, Meta.
other things to choose.
Looking for a bounce, Meta.
No, it's not really answering my question. So it's very inefficient, quite honestly, right? And there are a bunch of places where that's true. We're not there yet. And again, one of the points that I'd like to bring up is, I think back to, people always say, is this 1998, is this 1999, is this 2000? We can have this discussion about markets and the 18 straight days of stocks, where I think that might be telling us. But regardless, think about what we were with the internet in 1998. Exactly. We would be, moving up to AOL or CompuServe. Our search would be done on Yahoo. Wait, you remember how you used to hook up? You had to wait for the three. We heard that like DSL modems might be coming. So, meanwhile now, Flash. Completely transformed. We were options market makers taking advantage of the electronic trading abilities and the internet as it existed then. And now we are using AI for the amount of coding.
KITC.
Our headcount hasn't shrunk as a result of this.
Yeah, I'm listening to you guys.
QBTS.
But I mean, AI, more chips. It's not just NVIDIA.
All right, just watching for another surge, perhaps, if we're lucky. Markets, higher highs, higher lows, slowing down. It is a Friday, long weekend ahead.
Let that sink in. For the semiconductor stocks,
Okay, Meta, no follow through. Microsoft trying to turn back up. Markets have gone to sleep. Pretty quiet right now. Volume is tapered off. We have about, let's see. Just want to check the news real quick. Got about 4 hours, 10 minutes to go. 4 hours, 10 minutes to go for this trading day. Coming into the lunch hour, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 10 minutes till straight up noon, Friday, May 22nd. Tesla's off the high of the day. Apple off the high of the day. There goes Microsoft trying to turn up. Microsoft trying to turn back up. Microsoft. Microsoft's been having a difficult time getting and staying above 420. 3 times this week, it's tried to stay. Pre-market tried to stay up near 433 twice. 420 this morning. Got sold off. Some odd price action. It just won't get through that 430 call wall. Microsoft. Okay, ARM Holdings, that's off the best levels of the session. Service now turning up. IWM turning up. Palantir. Nike flat. Looking for Nike to surface above 45 soon.
Endlessly buy the rumor and not sell the news to actual news. I'm not going to go that far, but it is a bit, right? The oil market has stopped. Oil prices have stopped going down. Bond yields have started lifting. Oil markets and the bond market are still bad gas. But again, this is what earnings season is.
Apple Pulse, long dated. Q's Pulse, SanDisk Pulse, Shenanigans, Nvidia Pulse, SPX Pulse.
All right, I got a
Micron Pulse,
buy signal on Microsoft. If it holds,
0 DTE, call side, size.
all right, Meta, no follow through. VWAP overhead. Microsoft flat at the moment. Zscaler looking for that to chase after CrowdStrike and Palo Alto. Both of those much higher over the last couple of weeks, just trending. Looking for Zscaler to catch up. Double-digit earnings and revenue growth. Quants have a bid. Okay, watching Microsoft or something. Sign of life.
RGTI,
IONQ. The quants pushing higher. Quants. Okay, Rackspace breaking out the new highs. Rackspace new highs. IONQ trying to break higher now. IONQ. Microsoft pushing back up. Microsoft starting to push back up. MSFT, Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft. Z-scaler turning. Okay, about to make a higher high. Z-scaler. Microsoft needs to get above VWAP and start to run. Microsoft. Rocket Labs. ASTS. These space program stocks look good. Okay. Microsoft trying again. Microsoft trying again. There goes Microsoft. All right, we got rejected here a couple of times this morning with Microsoft.
GIGU may resume in less than a minute. QBTX.
Which at this point a lot of individual and professional investors have. You haven't sat through a long downturn. You had a rough, call it 10 months in 2022. Right. Maybe a down year very slightly in 2018, which by the way was midterm election. Correct. And in 2020 you had 2020 and April of 25 you had substantial downdrafts.
IONQ continues higher. Trying to break out now. IONQ. Microsoft trying to break through this level. Microsoft has this level right here. It needs to break above. Okay. Microsoft. Is that VWAP Microsoft? Z-scaler trying to push above as well. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft starting to move. Microsoft starting to run.
Long dated. Deep calls. Russell Pulse. Triple Semi Pulse. SPX Pulse. Micron Pulse. Sandisk Pulse. Deep Puts.
Some buyers coming in. IONQ at highs. Watching Microsoft. Tesla turning back up. Tesla turning back up. Let's see what Tesla options look like now. Halfway through the day. Tesla probably gets a lot of commentary, I would think. Tesla. Wapner, etc. If he's on, I'm not sure if he's going to be on, but a lot of the 450s trading. Okay, let's see what they have to say. They're going to be talking about, I'm sure they'll be talking about Tesla, Wapner, and the rest, IPO, SpaceX IPO. You know they're going to be talking about it. Microsoft pushing a bit more. Meta, we need a bounce in Meta.
Hi guys, I'm Colin Dalton. Welcome to our cast. I've always loved spending time in your house at home. So
The stock market's up 600 points. That means they like you. If they didn't like you, it's actually up to 50,700.
All right, he's about to
So that's as of about 12
swear in
Who knows? But I think it can
Warsh,
go
about
up.
to get sworn in.
It's only going to go up. That was a number that nobody thought was reachable during my entire 4 years. If you look at some of the great pundits, they said, well, 50,000 would be impossible during the 4 years, but sometime after we hit it in the first year, but now we're really hitting it. And think of it, it's up to 50,702. And S&P likewise set a new record today. They both set new records today, and boy, that's something good. But you're going to bring it to a much different level. It's good, but it can go much better, and that's what I think you're going to do. In my first year, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, the largest regulation cuts in American history, and the largest spending cuts in American history, all things that are so important to greatness. And last year, we slashed the budget by almost $500 billion. At the same time, our military was at $1.2 trillion, and we'll be doing the one thing we are going to be doing is, and we build everything in America. We build it here. It's jobs, 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 but it's also strength, strength, strength. We're going to be submitting a military budget for 1.5
Come on, let's go. Let's go, Microsoft.
The greatest military in the world. I built it during my first term. I didn't know we'd be using it so much in my second term, but they gave away a little bit of it during somebody else's term, foolishly, but it's a very small part relative to the whole. We have the greatest military in the world. I was with President Xi, and I said to him, we have the greatest military in the world. And he actually didn't agree. We had a great meeting. He actually didn't disagree with me on that very much, I will tell you. But we really do what we've done in Venezuela. You see what we've done.
Tesla, nice bounce. They keep buying Tesla.
And we had no choice because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have it. So I promised to cut 10 old regulations, as you know, in my first term for every new regulation. If you put a new regulation in, that's fine, but you had to cut at least 10. And so far, and I did that. It was actually 1 to 12, so I did a little bit better. So far, we're blowing it away this year. So far, it's 1 for 129. In other words, we're cutting 129 regulations that we put in, so that's music to your ears. You know, we don't even have to go through Congress for that. You know, it's a lot easier. If I do it, it's a lot easier. But all of these actions are aimed at lowering costs, creating jobs, and driving economic growth. Jobless claims recently hit the lowest level since 1969. Under our leadership, 5 million people have been lifted off of the food stamps. Think of that. Just in a short period of time, more Americans.
Microsoft about to go here. Microsoft.
Than ever before, and very importantly, 100% of the net new jobs under this administration have been created in the private sector, which is a number that nobody's ever achieved. Think of that, they're all in the private sector, and we did get rid of a lot of government jobs. You had jobs where there were 10 people for every single job and every single event. They were doing all the same thing, or they weren't doing very much. And they didn't like me for a while, and now they're all working at private sector jobs, and they're making double, triple, quadruple the pay, and they're loving life, and they're loving going to work. And it was a painful experience cutting that many people from the federal government, but it's been amazing, and you just can't have that. You never make
Microsoft pushing.
Say great again if you're going to have all government jobs. We're all private jobs.
Warsh is like, all right, stop talking and just swear me in already. Okay.
president's ever done, any
Nike,
administration's ever done. And the number I like the best
IONQ.
is
IONQ is about to break out here. There was Microsoft.
for 11 months.
Microsoft.
We haven't gotten the results from
Today's options that expire today. Microsoft.
in 11 months.
Those are moving.
$18 trillion being invested with a T, being invested in the United States, and the record was $3 trillion many years ago by a different country that I actually just left. Starts with a C, but we have, and that was 3. And we're at 18 trillion. We're building factories, car plants, everything, AI, everything, all over the country. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I have to say, I have to give the credit to what I used to say was my favorite word of all, but I got in such trouble because when I said tariff is my favorite word,
Zero DTE calls, cheap.
they said, what about your wife, your family? What about God? What about religion? So I said, okay, good. I'll make it my 5th favorite word, right? But because of tariffs, we have tremendous amounts of, the car companies are all coming back. They left us for 35, 40 years. They left us. Chip, we will have 50% of the chip making capability of that man right there. Let's stand up, will you please? But is that right? We're going to have 50% by the time I leave office, and maybe more than that. They're moving in from Taiwan. They're moving in from other places, and they're building in Arizona in particular, in that particular case. But between the auto plants, we have more auto plants under construction now than we've ever had before. We went many years, and there was no plant built. And it's all due to...
Well, 1 or 2 auto plants would be more than we've had in a long time. So
tariffs and what they've done, used properly, used judiciously. So it's really something special. So we have all these plants under construction. They'll be completed over the next year and a half, and you're going to see numbers like we've never seen in this country before. No country has ever seen the kind of numbers you're going to see. And we have some of the people in this room, I look at them, some of the geniuses that are building those plants. You know, a plant used to cost, if you built a shopping center, it would cost $50 million a nice center, but $500 million a giant, beautiful center. These people are investing. You're going to have to look in $50 billion on a building for AI. $50 billion. I say, how big is it? Well, it goes 3 miles by 5 miles.
Jeez.
5 miles. But
That's crazy.
Jobs, and it's got tremendous potential for a lot of things. But
Nike looking good.
No country will see, and you'll start to see that very soon. No country will see the growth that we're going to experience, and that we're already experiencing, but that we're going to experience. And one of the things that you see early on is we have.
All right, what's Nike doing? Nike,
we've ever had, and that's because
NKE, Nike. All right, looking for something to happen with Nike eventually, soon.
Medical is pouring back in. Eli Lilly and so many of they're building 6 major plants. They're going to make almost all of their medicines here. We learned during COVID, it's not good to be held hostage by foreign countries. We're building all of these plants here. Lilly, Pfizer, all of them, they're all building tens of billions of dollars worth of medical plants. We're going to have almost all of our medicines made in our country, which is a really good thing to have. During 4 years of Biden, our country secured less than $1 trillion.
Oracle, what's Oracle doing? Oracle.
$18 trillion.
Okay, Oracle broke out of a little channel, looking for the follow through. Zscaler continues to push higher. Zscaler. IONQ continues higher. Microsoft coming back towards VWAP. Microsoft.
2 years ago, you were a dead country, and today you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we're going to need guidance, and you're going to give us that guidance.
Apple turning back up.
All of the things that we've done, numbers that have tripled and quadrupled.
Snowflake about to take out the high of the day. Snowflake.
Really steady-handed, probably, maybe in many ways, the most. I don't know. I have 2 great justices of the Supreme Court here, so I have to say, I don't know which is more important, being a justice of the Supreme Court or your job. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. I think I'd rather be a justice between you and I. It might be easier. You're going to find out. You'll be standing there.
He's going to find out.
With the support and strong and wise chairmanship at the Federal Reserve, so important. America's future will truly be unlimited with Kevin at the helm. And
he's got some good ideas, Warsh.
his family, with his
do a little reading this weekend
his background, with all of the things he's done.
on what a new Fed chair, in particular Warsh, with earnings being what it is, we'd like to see 10-year get 10-year back off a little bit.
Not having that kind of
Tesla looking for a follow through.
he has a persona like nobody else. So I just want to say congratulations, Chairman Warsh. You are really a special person in getting this job. The people that wanted this job, the most highly trained, highly educated, and some of the greatest credentials I've ever seen. And as far as I'm concerned, nobody was even close. And I just want to congratulate you. And I'd like to ask, if I might, Jane, to step forward, and our very highly respected Justice Clarence Thomas to come up and swear in, give him a good oath if you would care, because Clarence, we need a really good oath delivered here. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
That's pretty funny.
RYOJ. XRX.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely,
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me.
No follow through on Microsoft yet. Above VWAP, I pull them back a bit.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is above and beyond. It is such an honor for Jane and me to have this ceremony here in the East Room with you, sir. I couldn't ask for a more beautiful setting or more gracious welcome,
RGTI.
and I am grateful. I recognize, as the President said, that ours is a time of great consequence. It's also a great honor for me to have the oath of office administered by one of the great and longest-serving public servants,
SPX
a
pulse.
brilliant
Long
and
dated.
independent thinker,
Micron pulse.
a man
Deep
dedicated to our
calls. 0
Constitution,
DTE. Call sign.
and no less
5.
important, a joyful and collegial presence on our highest court. My esteemed friend, Justice Clarence Thomas. Now, Justice Kavanaugh is here as well. We served as young staffers a full generation ago in this building. And I shouldn't be speaking for another justice, but I will tell you something that I always felt. That Justice Kavanaugh and I felt the majesty of this place where we're now sitting. And we counted ourselves blessed and grateful to serve the nation we love and to do it in your building, sir. And of course, I must thank Leader Thune, Chairman Tim Scott, and his fellow members of the Banking Committee who saw me through the Senate confirmation. My whole family and I are joined by many others here today, who I'm honored to call friends and colleagues.
Okay, Z-Scaler's about to go here. Z-Scaler looks like it wants to run.
Means a lot to me, and I think
Z-Scaler looks like it's ready to run.
it's the honor of a lifetime to be called back into public service. And with this oath, I've accepted a high and solemn responsibility. At the swearing in of Alan Greenspan at this very place in 1987, President Ronald Reagan called the chairmanship of the Federal Reserve a, quote, great role in American life. I've known 5 of my predecessors in this job, some of them quite well. But Chairman Greenspan was the first to tell me and show me what this role demands. He recently marked his 100th birthday.
Wow.
And although he can't be here, I'm thinking about him today too. Like Alan, I intend to fill the role of chairman with energy and purpose, just the way Chairman Greenspan did. Faithful to the mission and the very best traditions of the Fed.
Zscaler, if this thing can catch up to CrowdStrike and Palo Alto, that'd be great. High expectations, but double-digit earnings growth looks good. Double-digit revenue growth.
Are for America, for what free people can achieve when they have the chance. And while I'm not naive about the challenges we face, I believe, Mr. President,
Zscaler,
can bring unmatched prosperity.
double-digit revenue and earnings growth looks good.
And the Fed has something to do with it. Our mandate at the Fed is to promote price stability and maximum employment. When we pursue those aims with wisdom and clarity, independence and resolve, inflation can be lower, growth stronger, real take-home pay higher, and America can be more prosperous. And no less important, America's place in the world more secure. To fulfill this mission, I will lead a reform-oriented Federal Reserve, learning from past successes and mistakes both, escaping static frameworks and models, and upholding clear standards of integrity and performance.
Okay, we still have this non-zero day 7,500 level that is holding prices back for now. 0 day, this one's shrinking a bit. Starting to see some red coming in. I don't know if you can pick up on that, but they're starting to see some negative gamma coming in. All right. Up until today, we've seen mostly bullish, positive gamma. Okay, so this is starting to tell us look for higher volatility as we rise near 7,500. And the expectations for higher volatility next week are beginning to increase. So therefore, I want to be taking off short-term option trades and start rolling things out again like we did back in March and April to longer dated calls or puts, depending on what you're trading. I just want to have more time in my options. Okay. Z-scaler starting to scoot a bit higher. All right, so Warsh is now the new Fed president.
The 17th chairman of the Federal Reserve, Kevin Warsh, officially sworn in the East Room of the White House, with Mr. Warsh saying this is the honor of a lifetime, a high and solemn responsibility, and one I intend to fill with energy and purpose. The president calling Warsh no one better prepared to lead the Fed. I believe he'll go down as one of the best Fed chairs ever. And answering a question many are asking, what does all of this mean for Fed independence moving forward? To that, the president
Okay, we gotta put CNBC's got to put its spin on it.
President Trump, do your own thing. A room certainly full of very well-known people to this audience. You had the former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice singled out, of course, by the president, a couple of Supreme Court justices, and many leaders from business and industry there, as well as Kevin Warsh becomes the 17th chair of the Fed. I welcome you to the halftime report. I want to tell you the markets are reacting well to this news today, as the president himself singled out at the very top. That means they like you. said President Trump. You see the Dow is good for about 0.75%, 50,662. The S&P 500 taking back just about, at least trying to get their 7,500 as well. The investment committee is here with me today. Stephanie Link, Jenny Harrington, Kevin Simpson, Bryn Talkington. Also with us at Post 9 is CNBC senior economics writer Matt Peterson. And
Okay, BlackBerry's on the move. BlackBerry.
Welcome. Fun day to be here. I'm wondering what you made of both of what the now Fed Chair Warsh said, along with the president.
Well, I think we saw a pretty historic transfer of power, not just from Jay Powell to Kevin Warsh, but also from President Donald Trump to Kevin Warsh. Trump's influence over the Fed has grown and grown and grown as he's had the chance to make this decision and as he's been able to come after the Fed in lots of different ways. And now he's handing it off. He's giving Kevin Warsh the chance to do whatever Kevin Warsh is going to go out there and do. And now it's really up to him.
He comes at a time where there are some enormous challenges on the table ahead of him. Inflation is obviously moving in the wrong direction. Got another read on consumer confidence today, which seems to be going in the wrong direction as well. The 10-year yield, the highest on the swearing in date of any chair, going all the way back to Alan Greenspan in 1987. He enters a divided and hawkish Fed. We learned yet again today of how hawkish this Fed has moved. Hearing from Governor Waller this morning, said his views to hold rates at current levels on concerns about inflation, that he could even support a hike if expectations become unanchored. I'm wondering what you make of those challenges that lay before Fed Chair Warsh.
I think those are big challenges and they're real. That said, I think Kevin Warsh is putting the Fed on notice that the way of doing business that we've all gotten used to is going to change. He said he's there to reform the Federal Reserve. He did not talk about interest rates, right? He is coming in with a big mandate, as he sees it, to change the way the Fed thinks about inflation. We even heard from the president that forward guidance is...
All right, Microsoft. Let's see what Microsoft looks like. Microsoft. Zscaler.
I'm glad you went there. He said, and I quote, "I will lead a reform-oriented Fed." As some speculate on what those reforms will be. Will he use different gauges of inflation, unlike what, decades worth of central bankers have in terms of, CPI and PPI. And of course, what we always say is the Fed's favored measure, the PCE. He's intent.
Okay, a lot of speculation here on CNBC. I want to talk the markets.
Leader in quantum computing. They got
Okay, this is better.
of this $2 billion handout. It all half of it went to IBM, and we're just starting to learn about quantum computing and what it is and how they use qubits instead of binary bits. And I think we're just at the beginning to learn what this is going to do. But everyone that talks about it is very excited about it. But it's so early. It is incredibly early in this process. But the fact that they're starting their own new company called Anderson, and they're going to start building these quantum computer chips, and I think it's going to change. Think about IBM growing again, significantly growing, and I think that's what might be down the road for this company.
All right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'm just going to stretch a bit, stand up and stretch.
Really ready for prime time yet, but I think the future is really exciting, and IBM seems to be the leader right now in terms of quantum computing. There's a lot of companies investing in this. We're going to cover 3 of them here today, but there's more. But IBM seems to be the clear leader in quantum computing, Diane.
All right, let's get into each of your example trades. Joe, let's start out with yours. What's your approach today?
Well, Diane, I wanted to mention real quick. I don't know if you got the memo, but Kevin and I both have the pink shirts on with the dark jacket, so we'll try to figure that out for next week. Make sure that we're all dressed the same. All right, so here's what I'm looking at. It is a diagonal in IBM. It is the June 18th versus the June 26th. 225, 270 call diagonal for 935. The idea is this. buy where you're at, sell where you think you're going, right? And that kind of goes, we talk about that with vertical spread. Well, remember, diagonal is just a combination of a vertical spread and a time spread or a calendar built into that. So it gives you the ability to participate in an upward move, and you do so at a reduced cost as opposed to buying the stock. What I really thought was interesting about this, and the reason I structured it the way I did, is because off the move that we saw yesterday, the shares are just kind of vacillating today, right? You haven't seen a big move either way. Basically, about a 1.8% move off the big move that we saw before. But that next area of resistance could be that 200-day moving average that's right there, right around 270. So to see this move that we're at right now from 255, I wanted to buy something that was slightly in the money, and at the money, but slightly in the money, give me a little bit of delta, giving me opportunity for an upside should we get up to 270 and test that 200-day again. The diagonal spread would do well under that environment.
Yeah. Evan,
remember, if you're looking at this, seeing a 935 debit, feeling that might feel a little expensive, well, it's a 2-week diagonal. So be careful there. There's the justification for why you spend a little more. There's the opportunity to extend duration if you don't get the move that you're waiting for. So you're going all the way out to June 18th and then selling the June 5th. So this is an official 2-week diagonal. So you're looking for a move towards the strike, 270, moving towards 255, up towards 270. It's risk defined. And like I said, all calendar spreads cost a debit, right? And diagonal spreads, they cost more because there's calendar spread and a vertical spread. So you have to be comfortable. Still a lot cheaper than buying the stock and selling the call, a fraction of the debit and the risk. But this is one that certainly is bullish on the upside. It's, if you're thinking in a bullish tone about IBM and their contribution to quantum computing. Now, Diane, on the other side, getting the job of the bearish play, I did something that, yes, it's bearish by definition. However, if the stock were to rally big on the upside, you don't lose money. And that is the 1/2 back ratio where you're doing it for a credit. What I did is I went out to the June 5th, similar to Joe.
I just want him to do the job. Like, stay bipartisan, look at the data, make good decisions.
What about you, Kevin?
No, I'm excited. I think the biggest asset here is that he does understand the markets. But more importantly, I think he understands that credibility is the most important thing. And the biggest asset that the Fed has right now isn't its balance sheet, but its trust. And we're putting someone into this role, whether they're market friendly or not, Scott. I think we've got somebody who's market savvy.
Yeah, Matt, he's battle tested too. And I think it's important to remember that Warsh was in the room where it happened during the crisis of 2008 as he was working with Fed Chair Bernanke and had that front row seat into dealing with the most severe economic crisis since the Great Depression. How do you think that informs him as he takes this job?
I think that this is a huge part of what he wants to do. He understands that was the Fed sort of at its greatest. That this time he was working as Ben Bernanke's right-hand guy on the Fed, basically. He was the Fed's liaison to the markets at the time and was very well remembered by Bernanke and others. And he thinks that Warsh thinks that the Fed has drifted somewhat from the way that it engaged with the markets and the public since then, and has kind of been on autopilot, and he wants to really reset and kind of get us back to where he thought he was, where the Fed was at the end of the financial crisis.
What are the risks of going too far in the kinds of reforms that he wants to make?
Well, that's really the tough one. I mean, straightforwardly, we could see inflation get out of hand very quickly, right? That could be a problem if he is saying, for instance, we ought not to care what's happening in the energy markets because this isn't the type of thing that the Fed normally ought to get engaged in, and turns out that view is wrong. That could very quickly come to bite him. We could see him lose the rest of the committee fairly quickly if he is not persuasive in telling them exactly what, why he thinks what he thinks about the ways that the Fed could change. And that could see a diminished chairmanship, which would, hurt the Fed's ability to guide the markets.
Bryn Talkington's with us, of course, as well. I'd love your thoughts as you take all this in as well, Bryn.
Yeah, well, first that was really, fun to watch. You could see what a big moment it was for Kevin Warsh. And so how I think about this is we have yet another data point that we're in some, mirror image, some image of the late 90s, as obviously we've talked a lot about Alan Greenspan, who was famous for speaking very minimal, but when he did speak, he used words on purpose that no one understood. And so I think we're going to go back to a less is more. I also think that we have to separate the Fed can do nothing about the Strait of Hormuz, and they know that. And so I think that energy prices and the Fed and inflation are somewhat disconnected today, because if you really look at when the economy has historically been running hot, you have a lot of lending, you have housing, real estate doing very well. So the Fed will come in and raise rates to slow lending. Well, that is the opposite of what is happening today. And so I think it's going to be interesting that if he focuses on the real economy that actually has been impacted by what they can affect, which is rates, you could actually argue for lowering of rates, because you are on this, I think, precipice with so many sectors of the real economy that are suffering from higher rates that have nothing to do with inflation and aren't impacted. The Fed can't impact, once again, what's happening with oil prices, the Strait of Hormuz.
Matt, how difficult do you think it's going to be for Kevin Warsh to sort of mold this Fed into his understanding of how he wants this Fed to operate in the future, especially at a time where, as we have already discussed, it's an especially divided Fed, one that feels more divided than I can remember, certainly in recent times, to the point where, you have many dissents, 4 dissents, I believe, in the last meeting, which was the most in a number of years. He's inheriting a Fed that is not in agreement on not only where the direction of interest rates should be, but the communication of them.
Right. Kevin Warsh has a tough job here, and you only need to look at the statement Christopher Waller, one of his new fellow Fed governors, put out today, suggesting that he's open to interest rate hikes, to think that this could be tough. But what we saw from Kevin Warsh was his political skills very much on display there, right? He, talked at length about his history with Justice Kavanaugh, with Justice Clarence Thomas, right? Kevin Warsh is a smooth political operator. That's how he got this job, and you should not underestimate his ability to get in a room with somebody and sway them over to his point of view. I don't think it'll happen right away. I think it's going to take some time, but I think he's had 8.5 years since he was considered for this job last time to think about exactly what he's going to be doing from right now. And he's going to go in there.
You could hear, you could see it, but you could certainly hear it. And in some respects, TV is an interesting medium. You could feel it. You could feel the emotion that Warsh was undergoing as he was accepting the not only the nomination, but after being sworn in, and the comments that he made and the way his voice sounded, sort of understanding the magnitude of this job. His life has changed.
Absolutely. But I think he's up for it. He obviously has a lot of experience, like we talked about. I just think, the things I've heard about him when he was at the Fed during the 2008 great financial crisis was that we wouldn't have fixed it like we did without him. He was really very instrumental. That doesn't come from me. That comes actually from Gary Cohn from Goldman Sachs, who was also in the room at the time, too. So to me, I think I take comfort in that. I think that maybe I'm interested to see if on the inflation front, we have the war. We know that that's inflationary. But we also have this AI boom, which is also inflationary. But at the same time, it's going to be productive. Productivity is going to actually increase, and it actually has been increasing. I wonder if he falls on that in terms of being able to lower rates because of this whole technology revolution that we're seeing.
It's going to be a tough sell. He's definitely going to try to make it. But we've heard a lot from the other members of the FOMC that they're not necessarily ready to make that bet yet. And so it's going to be his job. I mean, he's talked about a lot about the kind of data that he wants the Fed to start thinking about. And I think that's how he's going to try to get the Fed there.
Like more forward-looking data. Yeah.
Let me just say, as I bring Bryn back in, this is also a unique time, Bryn, in that you do have the stock market at record highs. We spend 1,000 times more time talking about AI than we do Fed policy these days, because that's been the story. He inherits a Fed where it's less today of the story than it's been in the last couple of years. We're so fixated on this boom in artificial intelligence and how it has taken the stock market to a record high. I don't hear people saying, well, the market needs rate cuts, or if they I don't know how many people take even seriously the idea of a hike, but the Fed is not the first or second or third sentence of talking about the market these days. I had Chris Harvey yesterday on Closing Bell talk about why he raised his price target past 8,000. There's a lot of optimism in this room because the economy has reason to be optimistic. AI, earnings, and that's why the stock market is where it is. Warsh knows as well what he's walking into.
I don't think we would be talking about rate cuts unless President Trump and Powell had not, or Trump had not been talking about rate cuts so much. So I agree with you, and I think that AI, we talk about it so much, and Steph hit on it because AI is everywhere. AI is now overtaking issuance in the investment grade debt market. It is overwhelming the stock market. It is implementing and infiltrating every part of the U.S. economy. And so it's everywhere at the same time. And so I think that the impact there, the Fed will start spending more time there because it is just infiltrated stocks, bonds, and the real economy. But I do think that because President Trump has been so anchored on those rate cuts is really the only reason we're talking about it right now.
How ironic, too, Kevin Simpson, that as Kevin Warsh cites, Alan Greenspan, and we all, of course, remember '96, where he makes his famous irrational exuberance comment, which takes 4 years to get to the rollover in the .com bubble. The irony, of course, is that many today are making the analogy back to the late '90s. So Mr. Warsh is walking into a period of time, too, where some are talking about irrational exuberance in this stock market. And I wonder how he will address that fact. When he is asked, I can bet you at his very first meeting what he thinks about the market, if he believes there's irrational exuberance in parts of this market.
Yeah, well, he was a little bit early, as you mentioned, 1996, before we saw the correction. But I don't feel as if we're at any type of irrational exuberance just yet. But I would like to make a comment. Despite Kevin Warsh being sprung in today, Scott, I honestly don't see a path where the Fed can cut rates literally for the next year or two. And I'll be very surprised if we have rate hikes, but I don't see a cut in the cards. And I'm building my portfolio with that positioning in mind. Like, I think you've got to prepare for inflation being a lot stickier than we want. And maybe by doing nothing, maybe that's a cut by proxy. Because if we look at the bond market and where yields are right now, we've essentially already had a rate hike. And I don't see what the Fed can do as far as cuts are concerned, at least in the near term.
Jenny, it was Edgar Jenny today who says that exuberance may be turning a wee bit irrational. Yeah. The Fed chair has to deal with the markets. How much it factors into their policy-making decisions is an unknown question for the most part, and we don't know yet what Warsh's view on that is. But it is an interesting time to take the reins of the United States Central Bank when the stock market has been booming and we're all fixated on this trend.
Right, and to that end, Adam Crisafulli at Vital Knowledge, I thought he framed it really well this morning, and he said, look, the Fed's in a lose-lose position. If they cut rates, he's going to lose credit. They're going to lose credibility because there will be the lack of independence perception. If they need to hike rates, they'll have a problem because it could hurt the economy.
All right, let's see what Brett looks like. Brett.
We know that he turns on people very quickly. We know that he's fixated on the market. So if either of those things cause the market to go down, we could see him turn on Warsh very quickly as the fall man for a market going down. So I think we're in a moment of nicety and everybody's, feeling good and enjoying each other. But I can see down the road that this isn't as pretty and kumbaya as it feels right now.
I mean, we are growing 4% in the economy, having not done anything.
Yeah.
Right? So that's really something. Yeah. That's important to point out. And that has led to better than expected earnings last quarter, with revenues up 11% and margins expanding in the face of inflation. That is very powerful, and it is broad-based in a lot of different sectors. I know the technology sectors have been rewarded and everything else has not, but perhaps maybe we are going to see a catch-up trade in some of these other sectors. But the point
IONQ, crazy strength. The quants getting bought again.
A whole bunch of consumer companies that reported earnings this past week, and they were actually pretty good. Maybe they were conservative in guidance, but they were actually pretty good. And then the bigger thing is all of this AI, the revolution, and the kind of the stream of the industries that actually benefit. many different sectors that are benefiting across this powerful change. And I think that that is something that's not going away. By the way, a war is not going to change the AI revolution. It's just not. And on the other side,
Microsoft pulling back.
that might help the consumer.
Right, and I think that if you get Steph's exact playbook there, plus Kevin's no cut equals a hike or whatever, however that is, maybe then Warsh gets his perfect setup to skate through for a little while without needing to cut or hike, and and the market goes up and everything's okay.
Well, Matt, he's gonna have to get his arms around the idea of this productivity boom that we are in the midst of, and what that's going to mean to the overall employment picture at a time where you've got a number of Americans, we call it, millions, who are potentially worried about the impact of AI on their own jobs, and how all of that factors into how he thinks about policy and half of his mandate.
Right. We've heard a lot from him about the promise of AI and not
Zscaler looking for a pop. Let's see, IBM off the low, IBM.
So he has now essentially made himself the spokesman for AI in this government, right? You may not think about himself that way, but that is the way that a lot of us are going to look at him. And so he's going to have to get out there pretty quickly and start telling us a story about, about these worries that people have and why he thinks that the Fed's job is only to help AI advance and not necessarily to help secure people when they're worried about it.
Our own Becky Quick was one of the observers in the room where all of this happened just moments ago. We'll bring her in now from the North Lawn of the White House. Becky, it's great to have you. If you can just give us your observations for what just happened and what you may have witnessed personally in there.
Yeah, Scott, thank you. It's good to see all of you. Look, this was an unusual occasion. The idea that it was here at the White House, that hasn't happened in almost 40 years. And there was some talk about that beforehand, too. The last time that a Federal Reserve chairman was sworn in the White House was 1987 when Ronald Reagan was the president. This was a rather large event. There were hundreds of people in the room. And as you were watching, you heard the president call out all of the people from government who were there. Who we didn't call out were a lot of the business leaders who were there as well. And that was a pretty packed roster as well. If you had been looking around the room, you'd see Dina Powell, who, of course, is the wife of David McCormick, the senator, but she also works at Meta and used to work at the White House in her own right. Dave Ricks, the CEO of Eli Lilly, was here. Mike Wirth from Chevron, also Dan Bartlett from Walmart. Gary Cohn, Ken Langone, and Stan Druckenmiller, who obviously is someone who's very close to Kevin Warsh, had hired him when he left the Federal Reserve to go to Duquesne, his family office. And, Stan Druckenmiller is somebody who is somebody who has connections not only to Kevin Warsh, but also to the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, having worked with both of them over the years. So it was well represented by business leaders who were in the room as well. And I think probably the key point that I caught, and I'm sure you all pointed out this as well, but when the president said, "I want Kevin to be totally independent, don't look at me," he said to them, "Do your own thing and do your job." And that was probably pretty key. I was trying to look up on my phone at that point to see what was happening with the markets. But that was a very important point for the markets around the globe that we're watching to hear exactly that, particularly, again, when this was taking place in the White House for the first time in almost 40 years.
Yeah, it was certainly interesting when the president, looked at the market himself, as you all heard in the room, said the level that the Dow was trading and suggested to Kevin Warsh, that means they like you, to which the room obviously laughed. But the president means it because he, as you know better than most, he uses the stock market, does the president, as his own scorecard on how the public views his economic policy. And now Kevin Warsh is going to have a big role in that, Becky.
Yeah, and it's a difficult line to walk. Obviously, the president has been very clear about what he would like to see with lower rates. Kevin Warsh is somebody who has always been very focused on making sure inflation doesn't creep up. So at a time when you're watching some of these numbers, it will be an interesting exercise to see how he takes all of these.
Snowflake looks like it wants to run too. Snowflake.
Very closely, seeing what's happening. You're looking at the 10-year right
Snowflake starting to turn. Snowflake looking for a break higher.
These are all things that the markets are watching, but that the White House is also watching very closely as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, there will be much to talk about in the days and weeks ahead on Squawk Box with you, Joe and Andrew, and otherwise. Becky, thanks for coming out to the camera and sharing some insights with us as we just watched the 17th Chairman of the Federal Reserve, Kevin Warsh, take that oath. We'll be back after this.
Oh boy, such speculation. CNBC is really good at.
On SchwabNetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device.
Okay, watch Snowflake here. Snowflake's trying to break out. Snowflake trying to break out.
Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up for my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Snowflake's trying to break out.
I probably met 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Snowflake trying to break out here. Daily, broke through the 50-day this week. Looking for a break above this level. High of the day.
Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Zscaler.
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me. And my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall, live on the floor of the Big Four. Before we get to the breakdown, want to catch you up on the latest with regard to the swearing in of Kevin Warsh, officially sworn in as the 17th chair of the Federal Reserve. This happening today. Earlier this hour, President Trump on this saying, quote, I want Kevin to be totally independent. I want him to be independent and just do a great job. Don't look at me. Don't look at anybody. Just do your own thing and do a great job. End quote there. President Trump saying nobody better prepared to lead the Fed than Warsh. Says the Fed is a pillar of a global financial system, wants to stop inflation but not stop greatness. President Trump saying Warsh will restore confidence in the Fed.
Snowflake pulling back in now. All right, Zscaler. Okay, futures, S&P cash, S&P cash. Been hanging out near the highs all day today. Doji right at previous all-time highs. Just below it.
Hitting a fresh all-time high today. Shares now up roughly 150% year-to-date. As enthusiasm around AI and quantum computing continues to accelerate. The latest catalyst comes from the Commerce Department's proposed $2 billion funding initiative tied to this emerging quantum ecosystem, with analysts at TD Cowen over there calling the move a catalyst for global foundries and other quantum-related names. Firm says the investment highlights how important quantum computing is becoming for national defense and long-term tech leadership. Time now for the breakdown. For that, let's welcome in George Sillis, senior markets correspondent, for a closer look at global foundries. So we've certainly seen the spotlight this week on the quantum computing names. There was a time they got a lot of love during a period of time last year, then, some flagging, but now they're back on the front foot. How are you looking at this one, George?
Well, I'll tell you what, if you look at global foundries and you think about the aspect of what's going on with the quantum stocks, global foundries is what it sounds like. It's a foundry. It's a manufacturer, if you will, of power management modules and semiconductors. They actually hold about 4% global market share in semiconductor fabrication. So it's not as, of course, big as Taiwan Semiconductor or Samsung or Intel, but nonetheless, it's a U.S.-based company. They do operate in 3 continents, Europe, Asia, and the United States primarily. And effectively, one of the things that's been going on, and they talked about this in their earnings.
All right, so New York FANGs are in different states of moving higher or fading from the highs of the day. Okay. Tesla looking for more follow through.
The business itself is not just exposed to quantum. It's exposed to different aspects of the semiconductor stack, including smart and mobile devices. If you look at ARM Holdings and Qualcomm, those are 2 companies that are in the midst of the CPU build-out for mobile devices. So I think GFS has been moving on the back of those names as well. And in fact, if you look at their data center growth, it was quite remarkable when they reported earnings. And the business has been growing, sales and earnings. So it's not sort of this situation where many of these quantum stocks still aren't making any revenues or any profits. This is a company that's actually doing quite well.
What's crude oil doing? Crude oil.
They got 375.
All right, crude oil is fading. It could drop below recent lows here. It's below the 50-day crude oil. VWAP, it's flat with VWAP, basically a spinning top.
Like Intel that is generating, support from the administration, the Department of Commerce, to, of course, deploy and manufacture more semiconductors in the United States. So the quantum component of GFS is the photonics business, but they're not exposed to just, trying to build out quantum computing as a speculative business. This is a company that's actually growing in other areas as well.
Okay, let me ask you this, George. You mentioned obviously this is not a pre-revenue company, so this is not the case of like an Oklo, for instance. This is a company that has
Futures just below the high of the day.
There's revenue there. A lot.
Okay, yeah.
VSME.
You wouldn't buy dividend aristocrats. Dividend aristocrats are basically a quality measure, and so those companies have dividends and they paid them a long time, but they're like 1% yield, 2% yield. So yeah, it was weird.
How do you view this topic? I bring it up because I feel like it's a good segue from just talking about a new Fed chair, the rate environment that he is inheriting, and how it impacts investors, many of whom are dividend players. We know in our universe.
I built my entire firm on dividend growth, and I believe that that's one of the most easiest, best, useful ways to hedge against inflation. But when you see an article like this, and we would see them in 1999 almost every day, Scott, the death of the value investor and everything else. So I pulled 3 names from our portfolio. I don't buy the index. I don't look at the passive funds. But we own Apple, Goldman Sachs, Agnico Eagle. These are all dividend growers. Apple's increased its dividend each year over the past 5 years by just shy of 5%. Goldman Sachs has increased their dividend by almost
A lot of flat price action.
for the past 5 years.
Oracle's just been sideways all morning into the noon hour. Microsoft is pretty much flat VWAP.
Apple's up 80%. Goldman Sachs
Meta pulling back from the highs.
Agnico Eagle down 22% on the year. So you can take a look at it here, up 230% in 3 years. So I wouldn't listen to this for 1 second, and I would focus exclusively on stock pickers.
I just want to throw up Goldman one more time, just because it's a big, fat, round number that the stock hit today for the first time ever, by the way. $1,000 a share. There's a lot of optimism around capital market. It's not an accident in a week that we're talking about, right, Steph? We're talking about Goldman being the lead on the SpaceX IPO, that the stock hits $1,000 a share for the very first time. Capital markets are back. Capital markets are about to roar with these big IPOs that are coming.
100%. And they said it on their
Video calls or audio calls directly from using the mic and the camera on the MacBook Neo. As another test, I also connected it to my larger monitor with an external mouse and
conference calls. Goldman was actually a little more conservative about their pipeline when they reported earnings. everybody got themselves in a tizzy. At the same time, Morgan Stanley said their pipeline has never been better in terms of IPOs, and so that is absolutely why you own these things, because you have SpaceX, you have Anthropic, you have OpenAI, but then you also have a whole huge
Crude oil, I'd like to see that drop off a little more. The 10-year yield, US 10-year, you want that lower. If you're trading IWM, you want this lower. Want this below 4.5% would be nice next week. The 10-year yield.
really well. And by the way, the big six banks have $176 billion of buyback announcements, so you know that they've been buying as well. And so maybe we'll see some increases in dividends, guys. You never know.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Kevin's got a couple of moves that I still need to tell you about, and we'll do it before we go.
Trading here because U.S. government's taking big stakes in these
Okay, Z-scaler, just grinding along. Z-scaler.
I don't know where the stock's going. So if you are bullish on this name, stock's trading at or around $85. It does not have weeklies. So you got to go out to the monthly, which is June 18th. And what I simply did is looked at the expected move, about $16. I rounded that and bought the 85 100 call vertical. Didn't do a butterfly, didn't do a diagonal or a counter, just a fundamental call vertical. So I bought the 85 call, sold the 100. I paid about $5.10, trading a little below that now, trading below $5. So remember, this is a spread. You want it to go to $15. The risk is whatever debit you paid. You do have some duration. You got all the way out till June 18th, and you're looking for a continuation of what you're seeing here. It's risk defined. Whatever debit you pay on this spread, that's the risk you have. And if it goes to $100, you have a chance to triple your money on this, or something very close to it. So this is one of those trades. Yeah, all you're doing is looking for continuation of the momentum to the upside, Diane. You're buying the 85s, selling the 100, a risk-defined call vertical.
It's a risk-defined call vertical. What were you thinking? What was your thesis behind taking this approach today?
Well, the genesis for this trade is I'm bullish on the name. I'm buying basically the right at the money call and looking at the expected move until June 18th.
All right, futures continue to watch S&P. S&P 500. Just sitting here, not doing anything. Since about 11 o'clock, 11:05, 11:10, something like that. 11:05, just started to drift a bit lower to right, to the far right, and not moving much. So just watching the market, same kind of idea. Waiting, see if there's any buyers into after and during lunch.
We've seen so far this year better by more than 5%. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Kevin Hinks. Our thanks to Joe Mazzola. Download the Schwab Network app. It's available in the App Store and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stick around. You've got Next Gen Investing with Alex Coffey and Jenny Horn coming up.
So what is unique about Schwab?
All right, everything is pretty much just sitting here. We got a few things trending. Qualcomm, Ross Stores, Cadence Design, Texas Instruments, Workday. That's the top 5 on the NASDAQ 100. Synopsys, Zscaler. Zscaler is just grinding along, trying to get back up to that high of the day, 181. Zscaler, I'm looking for that to catch up with its compatriots, Palo Alto and CrowdStrike. Make sure you check out those two. If you're going to trade Zscaler, check out CrowdStrike and Palo Alto, because those have ripped to the upside for the last 3 weeks. Maybe Zscaler can catch up. It's got double-digit earnings growth and revenue growth, so that's a good thing.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market
All right.
117E here.
This single equation spawned 4 multi-trillion-dollar industries and transformed everyone's approach to risk. Do you think that most people are aware of the size, scale, utility of derivatives?
No idea.
But at its core, this equation comes from physics, from discovering atoms, understanding how heat is transferred, and how to beat the casino at blackjack. So maybe it shouldn't be surprising that some of the best to beat the stock market were not veteran traders, but physicists, scientists, and mathematicians. In 1988, a mathematics professor named Jim Simons
IONQ starting to see some profit taking. IONQ.
for the next 30 years, the Medallion Fund delivered higher returns than the market average. And just by a little bit, it returned 66% per year. At that rate of growth, $100 invested in 1988 would be worth
IONQ profit taking here.
today. This made Jim Simons easily the richest mathematician of all time. But being good at math doesn't guarantee success in financial markets. Just ask Isaac Newton. In 1720, Newton was 77 years old, and he was rich. He had made a lot of money working as a professor at Cambridge for decades, and he had a side hustle as the master of the Royal Mint. His net worth was £30,000.
Bryn, let's get a final trade from you.
AbbVie, if you can break above 219, I think it's going to 234.
Jeff?
My trades are Archer Daniel Midland and GE Vernova, Scott. GE Vernova, I've sat next to Stephanie, listened to her talk about it for a year. Can't have data centers without power. I know it's expensive, but we think this is a multi-year trend.
All right, good stuff. Jeff?
Okay, one of my juicy dividend income stocks, Millrose Properties with an 11% dividend yield.
All right, Stephanie Link.
Estee Lauder.
All right, so we will take you through the
Estee Lauder. Ralph Lauren popped up recently, right? Ralph Lauren? Ralph Lauren popped up yesterday. Okay. Estee Lauder. Okay, that gapped up as well. Ross Stores been active today. Ross Stores. Costco pulling back. TJ Maxx with earnings this week. Fading the past 2 days. Dick's Sporting Goods. BJ's Wholesale. Gapping down. What's Target doing? Target gapping up. Walmart. Looking for a base in Walmart down here. Okay, Z-scaler starting to move. Z-scaler starting to move. Watch Z-scaler here. Okay, look at Z-scaler and then look at Palo Alto. This is what I'm expecting to happen. CrowdStrike, same thing. CrowdStrike, Palo Alto, Z-scaler. All right, so we're on day one, really, trying to break out. Looking for it to head towards 220 over the next couple of weeks.
Back in 1987, and there was a lot of discussion leading up to this about the optics of holding it here, especially amid so many questions and concerns right now about Fed independence and all that has happened between President Trump and Jerome Powell over the past year or so. But the president, again, maybe with an eye on the markets, really sort of addressed that head on in talking about the Fed's independence.
S&P cash.
I want Kevin to be totally independent. I want him to be independent and just do a great job. Don't look at me. Don't look at anybody. Just do your own thing and do a great job.
Worse than. He spoke also said that he would lead the Fed with independence and central bank that he will lead. Take a listen.
I will lead a reform-oriented Federal Reserve, learning from past successes and mistakes both, escaping static frameworks and models, and upholding clear standards of integrity and performance.
And Kelly, I'll tell you, just from being in the room there, it was a crowded room and a very appreciative crowd. I would say a lot of applause, a lot of laughter for both the president and Kevin Warsh
there when they first came out, there was a long-standing ovation for Warsh, and the president said, I thought that was for me. Turns out that's for you, Kevin. So a lot of warm words exchanged here. It was sort of a who's who of political figures, especially high-ranking Republicans, some former politicians, a lot of the cabinet, 2 Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas and Brett Kavanaugh, but also a number of business leaders, Dave Ricks of Eli Lilly, Meg Worth of Chevron, Dina Powell McCormick of Meta. So all there sort of welcome this new Fed chair and this new era for the Federal Reserve.
Absolutely. I saw that Becky was there as well. That was great that she got to pop on. And again, I didn't realize until, hearing it again, doing this at the White House is unusual. It hasn't happened in 40 years. We've got that. Warsh also faces the highest 10-year yields upon kind of taking office that anybody has since Greenspan back in 1987. So it's just interesting. At the same time, the president is saying, do your own thing. Why have it there then? Where do they usually have it? At the Fed?
They often have it at the Fed. There have been some at the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, which is right across the street. So they've had it in different places. I mean, the president has also often attended, even when it's at the Federal Reserve. So it's not completely unheard of that there is, of course, some mixing between the two. But having it here, the White House told me in a statement earlier this morning that it was done accordingly because they think this is such a historic moment that they're finally, the White House says, bringing in this new era of, they think good decision making at the Federal Reserve, and so they wanted to honor Warsh by doing it here. You have to think Warsh might have had some say in that as well. Questions out there about that, but it's unusual, and yet they're still going to take great steps to say there is going to be independence here as well.
All right, we'll talk more about what Warsh said, what his leadership might mean in practice. Megan, thanks for now. Appreciate it. Megan Castella. Our next guest thinks the Fed's next move will be to tighten, but he says that doesn't necessarily mean rate hikes. Here to explain is former Fed governor and former NEC director Larry Lindsay. He is now CEO of the Lindsay Group. Larry, it's been a while. It's good to see you. Welcome.
Good to see you. Glad to be here.
I'm trying, Stan Druckenmiller is there, Gary Koza. If any of can you nudge them? If any of them would like to come and share some reflections about that. But I know people want Warsh to have his moment in the limelight.
Right.
What do you think his first steps are going to be as Fed chair?
Well, he's confronting an accelerating inflation situation. The last 12 months, we had inflation of 3.2. Annualized for the last 6 months, it was 3.7. And annualized for the last 3 months, it was 4.4. So you have an accelerating trajectory, and that's one thing you really don't want to see. So I think the new chairman is going to have, and his colleagues, are going to have to do something reasonably quickly to reassure the markets about this.
Now, Joe Livornia was on yesterday, Larry. I don't know if you caught this. He cited the exact same stat that you did, 4.4% annualized core inflation over the past 3 months, and said as a result, the Fed should hike by 100 basis points.
Well, I don't think they're going to do it all at once. I think if they go the rate hike route, again, it's up to the chairman and in the incoming data. My bet would be if you're going to get there, you're going to do 50 the rest of this year and 50 in the first half of next year.
But you're saying we shouldn't rule that out.
No. Well, let me throw out a little statistic, which always is helpful. The Fed's research says that the neutral Fed funds rate is real between 0.5 and 1. So let's pick the middle number, the 6-month number. That's 3.7. That means the neutral Fed funds rate is between 4.2 and 4.7. We're a long way from there. So you need at least 50 bips in order to get to the lower bound of neutral, and need 100 bips to get to more of the higher bound of neutral. And remember, neutral, it means just that. It means you're not accelerating inflation and you're not decelerating inflation. So there has to be some increase in Fed funds.
Although you also think his first move to tighten is going to be on the balance sheet side of the equation. Is that right?
Well, he's
Meta Pulse.
We'll see.
Size.
Kevin is a very persuasive guy. He's just said he wants to lead a reform-oriented Fed. So good luck to him. But I think in the end, when he looks at the pros and cons of raising the Fed funds rate or tightening the balance sheet, selling off the balance sheet, he'll find that going the traditional route of using Fed funds rate is going to be the way to start. I don't know if in this environment it's a good idea to start off with something new and radical.
Do you think these price pressures are transitory, Larry?
Zscaler.
Some of them are, I'm sure. But you know, the numbers I gave were the core PCE deflator. So the PCE deflator generally runs below CPI. The effects of oil and food. Well,
okay.
A year and plus ago, I think that you're starting to see more scrutiny over what their earnings look like. And frankly, if we're not seeing that.
Zscaler on the move here. Zscaler.
Yeah, and it seems like there was a big kind of feeling in the street that, hey, once you get the launch, it's going to be a huge upfront boom for this company, and then it's how long can you monetize it. They've made GTA 5 relevant for 10, 15 years, which is really unique in the life span of video games and in this day and age. So I think just seeing the numbers versus where expectations were, a little bit of a reset. But let's talk Sweetgreen, because a little bit of a reset here today is JP Morgan really changing the outlook in terms of maybe making waking up the bulls in this one out of hibernation. You love the slot bowls. I don't know how slot bowl Sweetgreen is, but they're certainly competing with those companies.
Okay, and I reject maybe because I like the slot bowls. I had Sweetgreen actually last night, and so I will firmly say that it was not a slot bowl. It was delightful. And I actually feel like in a world where prices have gone up for everything, I used to say this was an egregious price for a salad. Now I kind of feel like Sweetgreen has become a bit more affordable. So hopefully we start to see that actually play out further in some improvement from a share price standpoint. But JP Morgan with at least some enthusiasm today as they did upgrade shares of Sweetgreen to overweight, and highlighted that right now with this new management that they have been very much aggressively adopting some new products and really following more and more of the trends that consumers actually want. I think that that's really interesting. So saying that they're undergoing this brand transformation, and also right now that people actually want to eat things like wraps specifically, which have gained more momentum. And also, of course, this does provide, they think, lower risk visibility.
All right, Bitcoin not giving us anything to go on. Again, it's just been consolidating at the 50-day. Bitcoin, we'll have to wait another week and see if we can't get something going in the weeks to come. Bitcoin, nothing going.
Yeah, if I kind of put three companies, and there's local and kind of regional options that go in there, but you're thinking the three big national
New York FANG components just kind of sitting here doing nothing.
It's Chipotle, the pioneer. It's Kava, which kind of takes the Greek Mediterranean inspired version of this. And I will say, at least the one in Chicago, slot bowl for sure. And then Sweetgreen that kind of takes at least from a positioning standpoint, let's say the more healthy alternative, maybe the salad base as opposed to a rice base or whatever.
Qualcomm having a good day today. Qualcomm. Okay, off the highs of the day. Qualcomm. Ross Stores. Some of the retailers look pretty good. Ross Stores popping back above VWAP. Gapping up today. Ross Stores. Texas Instruments jumping up the list. Texas Instruments. Synopsys, SNPS. Gapping up this morning. ARM Holdings, of course. Off the best levels of the session this morning. Hit 314. 315.
Cheaper just to exist, as we know from looking at Chipotle's growth over the last 20 years, or Tesla is a great example, the only company able to figure out profitability still from an EV standpoint. So does go to show there's a benefit to being first. Sweetgreen is at least trying right now to solidify its market position, but it's a difficult world right now.
All right, Tesla, just watching Tesla.
So much of a difficult
off the best levels of the session. A lot of people speculating on Tesla today for the IPO, having some shares of Tesla going into the IPO in June. Okay, Apple turning the corner. Apple might be a dip buy here on Apple. Okay, Apple. Apple oversold, starting to turn. Maybe a shot at Apple. Let's see what we're going to do with Apple. Apple, I'm out of Apple. Okay, Apple. Maybe next week's calls. Let's see what next week's calls look like as far as flow is concerned. Apple flow. Yeah, 19,700 contracts at the 310 strike.
These levels of growth are going to be hard to sustain. I still think it goes to show they're stealing that coveted market share away, not from each other, but from places that are just historically more expensive, where people
Apple trying to turn the corner.
enjoyment shopping at some of these companies are cheaper.
Yeah, we broke these
Watch Apple.
Yesterday, and
the 310 strike for next week.
Crazy.
That alone is like a tap the screen, make sure the numbers are right.
Tuesday, I guess.
But then, of course,
That's the 26th, Tuesday.
And you're like, okay, that makes sense. You just doubled the expectation in the first quarter. You have to
Tuesday's the 26th. The Tuesday options are going for at the money. 310s are going for $1.50. Apple looks like it's going to turn the corner here.
And they're in the coveted place within the market, as you talked about, sort of this value trade down place. But they're capitalizing on it. They're maintaining inventories. They're marketing well, and they're meeting the consumer at their needs.
Apple flow is pretty active.
We talked about this in the chips. The fact that AMD and Intel took 2 years to do what they're doing now was a mishap by the company's execution. It wasn't they're so great because they're doing things now. This was you trip and fall and you're selling chips environment. Similar in the space of discount retail. This is a staple product, but it's expensive, and you're finding a place to do it at a little bit more affordable way is the place to be right now for the bottom half of that K. But if we can't pull up a 1-year chart of this name, this is the most impressive looking chart I've seen in a long time. And the fact that it kind of had this little 2-week dip period, I mean, that was the outlier. Like when you look at this chart, it is a straight line for the last 11 months, with the exception of basically the last 2 weeks where the stock sold off into earnings. So, wow, kudos to the team at Ross. They're crushing it right now.
I would say, like, to me, even more impressive. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, this is a perfect technical trend, other than, of course, the recent dip. But you zoom out, it's even more impressive. I looked at a 10-year weekly chart in Ross stores, and I mean, you'd say, what pandemic? I mean, like, what consumer slowdown? What sluggish economy? This is what you mean if you're a bold to gain enthusiasm over, I mean, just spending trends. And obviously, this would say we're discounting, but hey, it benefits you. It benefits you well. We're up almost 7% today in Ross stores, so really impressive story there. But we'll leave it there for the top of our show today. Coming up next, we'll look at the latest technicals in
NVIDIA, see if that can't turn up. Meta's turning up now. Meta turning up. Meta. Let's see what Meta can do. Meta. Can they get something going here on Meta? IWM, nice little bounce. Okay, I'm watching Meta, see if this can follow through, bounce a bit.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Winter, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. Think I'm gonna be sick? We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab. Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network. Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Oh, she's got your smile.
Carl.
Yeah, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. We have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up for college fund.
I've been learning about new trading strategies. Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Yes, somebody need a nap. Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network.
IWM moving back to the top of the range.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Now time to dive into two earnings movers that are moving in opposite directions today as we're looking at BJ's Wholesale as well as Zoom Communications. So to start things off here with BJ's, we did see revenue that rose roughly 4% year over year. This does show right now that overall we are still seeing steady growth despite, again, this tougher environment for discretionary spend. Comparable sales, excluding gas, did rise 3% from last year, which does also continue to show this underlying demand for their core members. But membership fee income rose about 7% year over year to $110 million. And we saw also adjusted earnings rise in the up to mid-single digits year over year, as well as gross margins expanding slightly year over year, while digitally enabled sales continue to also rise in the double digits. And so what is perhaps a bit less optimistic is everything we're seeing from revenue growth, 4%, that's modest. Merchandise margins also still facing some pressures as a result of promotions and mix. So as far as right now, we don't know what is working, what is not working in broader retail. We just looked at everything with raw stores, Alex. I think it's really interesting to see such a different move in BJ's Wholesale, which is also trying to capture that off-price market.
Well, it's very similar to Walmart, right? Where you have this company that it offers sort of this wholesale, membership fee, lower price fuel savings option, but those higher fuel costs weighing on margins. And so almost identical to what we saw from Walmart, despite the fact that because they're offering those cheaper alternatives for fuel, it's driving consumers to their stores.
That's true. And right now, unfortunately, seeing also a more Walmart-esque move post these earnings, as we're now down about 3.5% this year and about 10% lower this week. And so when you assess some of the technicals, I mean, it does not take necessarily a technical brain to see that we are in a steep red candle today, and we also have now touched new 52-week lows.
Yeah, so we're gonna glance into kind of how I quickly look at charts. I like the volatility adjust things and color coordinate it. What you'll see in the upper right-hand corner is just that. So in this case, what you see is a lot of red. That means that over those time frames, from 1 day to 1 week to 1 month, those first three notches there, things are moving more than volatility would have suggested over that time, and it's moved to the negative. So this stock is down over 10% in the last month, of course, 8% of that being today. The same applies for a 1-year time frame where the stock is down something like 26%, and it's basically trading on its lows. With that, of course, momentum has moved lower. You see that with the RSI and that upper of the two lower panels. And although stochastic still represents a little bit more positive momentum, it's a little bit slower moving, and so that will likely confirm in the next couple days. So all that to be said, you have a convergence of a 1-week EMA, a 1-month EMA, a simple moving average over 50 days, and a 200-day moving average, all converging in the mid-90s. So that's your first real level of resistance to the upside. As far as support goes, there's not a lot when you're trading at 52-week lows. And so, Jenny, when I'm looking at this from a technical standpoint, one would say downtrend, you might be having a downwards breakdown, so sort of the inverse of the breakout that you'd like to see as a bullish investor. But you're also seeing a situation where there have been buyers step in intraday, and it's working its way back into that price range. So maybe you'd like to see $2 or $3 more worth of a rally here before you get a lot of confidence that a base would hold. But for the most part, for bears, more confirmation that this is as a negative trend. For bulls, perhaps you just see value. That would be your best case. Technically, there's not a lot of case for this bullish.
Okay, so going with that more value-oriented mindset, we do know that this is a steady, membership-driven, essential goods story, which has at least consistent, but yes, slower growth versus peers. So Sam leaning into more of that consistency, that more value type of mind. Obviously, today is not necessarily the value play, but say looking to lean into some improvement from here, for example, trade.
And given this time, I think that's most important. So we looked at a leap call purchase sort of at the money. And so it's the 85 June 17th, not of 2026, but rather 2027. So you have over a year until expiration in this particular option. Spending around $15 in a debit, yeah, you're going to have $1,500 in exposure, and you have that break even at 100. But we know how that time decay works for options. It tends to accelerate in those final 3 months of an option's life cycle. So you would have time decay moving a little bit slower for a little bit of time, but you also have risk definition and capital efficiency. So you're going to have similar upside exposure theoretically as 100 shares of stock, but a much different risk profile to the downside. So with this, you have $1,500 in risk, a $100 break even, and you have unlimited upside. This is simply a capital efficient alternative, theoretically, to buying 100 shares of stock as far as what you're looking for if you do see a bounce back in the future for BJ Wholesale. But with that in mind, options are different. They have an expiration date. If there's a dividend that would be paid, do the homework to understand the differences. But this is a way that many traders like to get long exposure as opposed to just buying outright shares.
Yeah, I think a good way to summarize that. And now to shift into a very different story today, and actually one I'm very excited to talk to you about because we were sensing, the days of Zoom video to me, frankly, remind me of the pandemic, and I have a whole personal feeling about that. But we are seeing a surprise nice pop today as we're up now about 10.5%. And mind you, we've come off of the new 52-week highs that we made earlier today by about 6%. Those highs of $113.73 a share. So my great fact, not to be a pessimist on an up day, is that we are now about 80.7% away from the all-time high of this name, which was $588 a share at 84 cents. So anyone that's followed the story knows we saw that full growth effect during the pandemic pretty substantially. So now we're seeing at least some consistency as far as its growth in terms of like large enterprise customers, as well as AI adoption, which did rise about 180% plus year over year. So when you look at this chart, obviously looking at different time frames will show you different things, but if you look at just the most recent trend of Zoom, it's been surprisingly to the upside.
Well, one thing that's very little talked about, we haven't talked about it a ton, I should say, in Zoom Communications case is they're an early stage investor in Anthropic, and they have an ownership stake that is estimated somewhere between 0.5% and 1% of that company. It's billions of dollars worth of exposure to Anthropic. A fair amount of Zoom Video's market cap is truly just an Anthropic exposure. So not a public company, as we know, but kind of a backdoor way some investors are getting that exposure as those funding rounds continue to move up that value. So as far as technicals, yeah, exactly the opposite, right? Everything here is a positive trend. All the moving averages are sloped higher. The shorter moving averages are above the longer ones. They're all below the current price. We made a new 52-week high. The volatility adjusted metrics are up at the top in terms of price performance. They're all green.
High took alert plus 800.
That tells us uptrend. And if you're a technician, uptrend is a bullish posture. And if you're trading with the trend, not only did you have a stock that made a new all-time high on fundamental news, it's pulled back off those highs a little bit, got back into its previous trading range for the last couple of weeks, and perhaps that what has formerly been resistance could act as support here and potentially be an entry point for a bull looking to take advantage of this move.
Yeah, a name that is held on to a pretty nice pop today, even while pulling back on even the
All right, stocks reversing now.
on the year.
Starting to pop.
7% nearly. So when you look at then now trading at Zoom Communications, I do think that we are in a much more new normal for the company. And again, technically speaking, this name has actually held up pretty well.
Yeah, no doubt. And this is a bullish example trade. It's a
Sanders
debit spread sort of at the
long
money,
dated,
110, 120.
deep
So you're
calls,
looking for that
SP
breakout
exports,
to pick up
deep
momentum
puts,
here and get
0
some new
DTE,
highs
call
for the year.
side.
So it peaked out around
Size.
114 today. You're looking for this to get to 120 over the next month. So expiration is June 18th of 2026, about a month from now. It's a $10 wide spread, and you're looking to spend a $3 debit. Your break even would be 113. So that's kind of back at today's top end of the range. You can make 700 on this trade, and then of course the risk is the debit spend. So risk 300, chance to make 700, break even above the current share price, Jenny, and you would need a
Okay,
rally,
futures going a bit more.
but to hopefully at some point get to that max profit zone above 120.
Yeah, and again, seeing some nice momentum today. So it's also adding some enthusiasm, at least to the broader software space, which is actually having, broadly speaking, a pretty decent day. But we will leave it there for that segment today. Now, coming up next, Workday also delivered some strong growth and a big jump in its profitability, but is low teens growth enough to keep...
All right, nice little pop in the futures just now.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides.
All right, Amazon just ripped back up to the highs.
Instagram.
Okay, a lot of stocks reversing, pushing back to the highs.
Powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400
Apple.
Tailor the
Apple
platform
turning back up.
with nearly endless customization.
Okay, those Apple calls, the 310s doing well. Apple turning back up. All right, Apple turning back up.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360.
310 calls in the money now.
Macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy. It's a comprehensive...
Okay, there goes Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft turning back up as well.
market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, my financial consultant, I probably met 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to discuss the move that we were seeing today in Workday, which saw a solid quarter with revenue rising 13.5% and subscription growth holding in the mid-teens. But while the numbers did come in strong, we did see growth that remains in the low teens. So for some more details today, we're joined by Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the Schwab Network. And so, Kevin, walk us through the details of this report and really what stuck out to you.
Yeah, we were seeing the shares up about 5.5%, a little bit over 5.5%. That's after the company was able to beat both on the top and bottom line here, with Q1 revenue coming in at 2.54
Hover.
that did beat the street's expectations slightly.
Hover.
Subscription revenue backlog coming in at $8.8 billion. That's up 15.5% on a year-over-year basis. If you're looking at total subscription revenue, that did increase by 10.9% on a year-over-year basis. Now, the company did raise their guidance slightly when it comes to revenue, but really the optimism is the fact that we are seeing operating margins actually improve for this business, and they're not seeing a fundamental breakdown when it comes to their core operations here. Now, a lot of that revenue growth that we did see for the quarter, 40% of that is actually net new customers coming into the business. So that's some optimism for a company that has seen a lot of headwinds, not only operationally, but from the narrative standpoint when it comes to artificial intelligence and its ability to potentially eat into some of its market share. Now, moving forward, if they're able to hold up their margins, the stock is actually cheap relative to its peers within this space. And that's why we're seeing a little bit of optimism, at least for today. The executive team is still optimistic when it comes to their business. They do believe that they are ready for the AI moment. That's from their CEO. And they also believe that the AI strategy that they're currently implementing is going to obviously be profitable over time. So this is a stock that once again has been beaten up, but maybe a little bit of optimism here after this report.
Okay.
Not so much on the top line growth.
Looking for more upside. Tesla, pop it back up.
Some efficiency and potentially some pricing power within its product offerings.
KG, I love the margin call out is when you start thinking about software.
Okay, Meta turning back up. Meta.
Run to the point where these companies are just not meeting any of the market needs, and that's probably a little bit premature. But the real question is, as this software becomes easier to replicate, cheaper to replicate, and more ubiquitous, margin pressures are a real concern. So the fact that they were able to expand them at least puts a little bit of a quelling and tampers down some of that fear, at least for now. The technical picture for this stock, though, we know software's been under pressure, but I see a name that's trying to go sideways for 3 months. Not every stock V bottoms, KG. Is this a base that we're trying to carve out here?
It is. If you're actually looking at the weekly chart, what I do find very interesting is this consolidation or this base formation, as you talked about here, sitting between $113 to the downside, and then to the upside, it's around $135. And in fact,
Okay, Tesla looks like it wants to go some more.
That level in pre-market trading, it has pulled back here a little bit, but this is a basing formation. And if you had an indicator like the RSI or even the MACD for that matter, we did actually see a bullish MACD cross that just took a little bit of shape and formation here. And you're looking at the 20-week moving average, your first major area of resistance. That's sitting around the $143, $144 level. If you're able to break above that, Alex, you're starting to talk about $195. So this is one of those stocks that you have an expanding breadth type of market. You have institutional traders that are trying to find maybe perceived value within the market itself, and as well as software catching a little bit more of a bid. This one,
Tesla looking for more upside.
Higher, even though the fundamentals as far as the growth rates, both top and bottom line, are not as great as maybe some of their peers.
Tesla.
Was pretty cheap if you're looking at the forward multiple.
Okay, yeah, a good point there.
Tesla
and also, of course, a nice move today. But so,
long
KG, when
dated,
you assess now,
deep
taking through
calls,
an example trade of
SPX
Workday,
calls,
given the nice momentum
Q's
we've
pulse,
seen, but of course,
deep puts,
some of the more
shenanigans,
expectations going
Apple
forward, how do you
pulse,
address, of course,
zero
trade?
DTE, call side.
Well, once again, kind of looking at those technicals, that bullish MACD cross on that weekly chart here, you could see some follow through to the upside. So I'm actually looking at the Workday July 17th, 145 call, just buying this one outright for a debit of $5.80. So the max loss on the trade is going to be $580 with unlimited profit potential and with a break-even point of $150.80. What you would like to see is the stock obviously continuing to move higher, breaking through those key areas of resistance that we talked about. First being the 135 level, next being the 144 level. And if so, the momentum is over the next week or 2 weeks or so, this trade could be profitable. You also have to understand, you closer and closer to expiration, you're also going to have more time decay that does roll off. So it is risk defined, but you definitely need a move in order to be able to profit on this trade. You may want to identify a take profit level as well as a stop loss level in the event that this stock does reverse.
Okay.
Yeah, a good place to leave it. And so appreciate that breakdown.
Apple.
Schwab Network. Appreciate it. But
Okay, looks like Tesla wants to go here. Tesla's starting to show some signs of follow through. Very active today, Tesla. All the way out into June and beyond. Tesla's about to go. All right, Tesla's about to go. Tesla looks like it wants to go.
Actually, we invest with Schwab. We have everything we need all in one place. I've been learning about trading strategies. Schwab helps regenerate retirement income. All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
does somebody need a map?
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day.
Tesla.
Volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst call. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern. Morning Movers only on Schwab Network.
Tesla pushing a bit higher.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Kevin Walsh has officially been sworn in as the new chairman of the Federal
Meta's starting to move now.
expected to bring in more independent folks approach the central bank policy. So for some more on this, we're joined by Sam Vadas, host of Morning Trade Live and Market on Close, for some more details. So Sam, what can you tell us about the expectations, at least so far, for a Kevin Walsh-led Fed?
Well, just firstly, Jenny, I mean, us in the business of TV, I think we sometimes forget how powerful it can be. I watched that swearing in live, and the energy in the room was palpable. You could really feel the emotion that was overcoming Kevin Walsh at that time when he was taking that oath. It really felt like an acknowledgement and a recognition of the magnitude of the job that he is about to inherit, because he is inheriting an uncomfortable hand over at the Fed. Obviously, with the labor market looking stable, but inflation and that genie back out of the bottle, and a very divided Fed, 4% last time around. I mean, that is the most we've seen in decades. And so a big focus for this market right now, Jenny and Alex, is obviously Fed independence. And I thought that what Trump had to say, the president, in introducing Kevin Walsh was the most interesting, because everybody is wondering about how much influence he is going to have right now. And he told Kevin Walsh today, I'm sort of paraphrasing here, but along the lines of be totally independent. Don't look at me. Don't look at anybody else. Just do a good job.
Meta looking for a push here. Meta starting to go.
He also pointed to the Dow at a record high today and sort of suggested this means they like you, Kevin Walsh, because obviously President Trump does associate or link his success with the success of the stock market. He does say that Kevin Walsh can help the stock market go higher.
Meta's starting to climb.
A more reform-orientated Fed. That's a big focus for the market as well, guys. Right now, everybody is wanting to see what kind of changes he might influence or implement, because there have been a lot of suggestions about maybe some changes as to the way they look at the data, they communicate the data, and also that
Tesla looking for a breakout. Tesla.
Will we see fewer press conferences? They have signaled somewhat or hinted at the fact that they don't want to be beholden, they don't want to be at the mercy of that forward guidance, because then they have to be held accountable for all of that. So I think the changes are going to be looked at very closely. There is an expectation they won't come in straight away, but this will be gradual. And he also has to do a lot of convincing, not just of the committee, but of the market, which has been so conditioned to see a Fed come out and be so sort of transparent. There was also a view that the bond market has been testing him this this week. Obviously, with a 10-year at a level the highest in over a year.
Zscaler still rising. Top 10, Qualcomm, Ross Stores, Cadence Design, Zscaler, Workday, NXP Semiconductor, Synopsys, AMD, Texas Instruments, Team Atlassian, Intuit, M-Chip, looking really strong. The number one on the S&P 500 is Dell, followed by Hewlett-Packard, Qualcomm, NetApp, and HPE, HPQ.
And whether we move potentially to a neutral bias or even a tightening bias. Some of my guests say that
Microsoft turning back up.
stabilize the bond market. But when you talk about a divided Fed, I mean, even just today, ahead of this swearing-in ceremony, you had who is now going to be his fellow colleague, Fed Governor Christopher Waller, actually saying the Fed should have axed the easing bias from the statement and now open the door to a possible hike. He's not saying that that's what he is advocating right at this time, but he is
Tesla's trying to break out right here. Tesla. Tesla's trying to break out right here. There we go. Tesla. Tesla trying to break out right now.
Obviously, we're looking at an AI productivity boom as well, which Kevin Walsh has been very explicit in sort of suggesting that the US right now is on the precipice of this boom, which he believes could be deflationary. So I think that's going to be a really big focus for the market as well, guys.
Yeah, and I think a great summary on all of the expectations, of course, a lot of focus on Warsh, a difficult job that I do not envy, but a very important, definitely development today. So appreciate it, Sam Vadas, for all of that breakdown. But now to shift gears into Walmart, with shares seeing some further pressure after a mixed earnings report, with management warning that some of the strength we're seeing in spending may be temporary, with higher gas prices and fading tax refunds weighing on the growth narrative. So let's bring in our next guest today, James Janowski, for a look at Walmart's earnings and what this signals about the consumer. James, thanks so much for joining us today. What was really your most important takeaway from this report?
Thanks for having me, guys. Great to be here with you. I think that when it's all said and done, looking at Walmart, it's just a situation where the company didn't quite go and hit what the expectations were looking for. Certainly when we were looking at guidance for 2027, they had basically, projected themselves to land between 275 to 285 for their earnings per share, and that was lower than the 291 that had been projected. Even within the current quarter, the company went and missed a little bit. They did about 72 to 74 cents per share in terms of the earnings, whereas again projections had them closer to 75 cents. But all that being said, there still are a lot of good positive signs coming out of Walmart here. You've got a company that is seeing a lot of growth. They're certainly doing very well when it comes to the e-commerce side of their business. They're doing really good at making inroads for attracting higher income earners. So they actually have a broader socioeconomic kind of customer base that's kind of getting into it. So when it's all said and done, I think that Walmart is a company that has lots of opportunities to kind of grow. There are things I think that they flagged that could be cause for concern as we go forward here. Certainly the economic data as we get further and further away from tax season, I think leaves us, plenty of reasons for people to be a little bit cautious about what future earnings might look like for companies like Walmart and Target, et cetera, that are operating in this ecosystem here.
James, we're seeing strong sales on one side, the positive side, let's say, strong growth, strong e-commerce growth. Other side, you got the weaker guidance that you flagged, maybe some of those tailwinds that were highlighted by companies like Target and other retailers starting to fade, whether it's tax refunds on the other.
Tesla having difficulty getting through this one little area here. Tesla keeps getting rejected right at this high.
Tesla puts deep calls, SP exports, deep puts, Q's puts, 0 DTE, call side, size.
When you're trying to project out into the future, you're also trying to read the tea leaves for what you think the economic situation was looking like. When you were just talking before about the new Fed chair and what they're going to be doing, what the Fed's policy is going to change like underneath the new chair might go and have an impact on broader macroeconomic trends. So, I think that there's a lot of questions that remain to be seen. And as was, noted before, when you have, tax rebates that people were experiencing, getting those tax returns coming back their way, they're going to be spending that money. But as it's, protracted and getting further away from that point, people are not going to necessarily have the same kind of disposable income that they had before. So that means that they're going to go and tighten their wallets potentially here, right? Especially while we have a persistently higher level of gas prices that's going and radiating through the rest of the country. I think that that's what makes it hard. So if you're an investor, I think that it's also seeing like, what are the other things that these companies
Oracle starting to grind a bit higher. Oracle's moving back up towards VWAP.
their e-commerce platform, they have their subscription service with Walmart Plus. What are they doing to go and make inroads there and make gains with the broader socioeconomic kind of class of customers that they can go and engage with? Those are the kinds of things I want to see. I'm also interested in seeing how they're going to leverage technologies like artificial intelligence to go and improve their own logistical systems and how it might go and help them improve their productivity and profitability by extension. So I think that there's definitely lots of opportunities for Walmart and that industry more broadly speaking to continue to improve. But again, there's just a lot of question marks because
All right, these New York FANGs aren't really doing much at the moment.
are a little bit up in the air.
Tesla's trying to push. Apple's trying to turn back up.
And now the surging gas prices that we've been dealing with for
Tesla keeps running into this resistance zone.
Broadening of the socioeconomic reach that they're really seeing definitely benefit with more of these higher income shoppers and growing e-commerce as well. And so how significant do you see this really to the broader, maybe more long-term story with Walmart, which I think has been one of the greatest reads on this true trade down effect?
Yeah, I think that it's fantastic that they're actually able to go and attract these higher income kind of consumers. I think that's actually a strong testament to how Walmart has been able to go and expand its suite of goods to go and attract those kinds of customers for things that they're looking for. Walmart was always like bread and butter, blue and white collar kind of worker place for years, and it is a recession-proof kind of company because it has weathered a lot of tough economic conditions in years past. I've known Walmart and had it in my own portfolios for quite some time. So again, it is a very strong company in its own right, and them being able to make inroads with new customer bases, across the socioeconomic spectrum, I think is a massive win in their own right. And it's figuring out, well, what can they do to continue to attract those customers? And I think by extension, that's why I think that it is important that you have stuff like Walmart Plus subscriptions.
Okay.
We've seen Amazon.
You have to wait a little bit longer if we're going to get a breakout here.
As part of Prime, where they're trying to go and use that for delivery services for Whole Foods, like going and integrating those kinds of features, I think will actually go a long way towards attracting those higher income consumers who like the benefits that come from programs like that. So I think that's really where there's a massive opportunity.
Yeah, and of course, seeing right now a bit of a pullback in shares. We're down now about 8.6% this week, but again, this name has been still so resilient when you zoom out and look at the long-term picture. So
Zscaler back up to almost back up to the high of the day.
Head of emerging technology policy at the Consumer Choice Center. Now, coming up next, Navitas is leading deeper into the AI-powered race, showcasing its next-generation power solutions. So, how important is this to the broader AI story? We'll give you the details when next time returns.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, CBOE, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on SchwabNetwork.com.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services.
Okay, Zscaler continues to climb. A lot of these NASDAQ winners, Qualcomm, Rostor, Zscaler, Cadence Design, Workday at the high of the day. Tesla's still having issues getting through this area. All right, Meta looks like it's going to lift again. Meta.
Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Now, Navitas Semiconductor is highlighting its latest power solutions aimed at growing the demands of AI in data centers. So for more on their push into this faster, more efficient power, we're now joined by George Tillett, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. And so, George, walk us through this update and really how this plays into the broader AI infrastructure.
All right, Zscaler continues to climb. Zscaler climbing a bit more. Zscaler. Okay, Zscaler climbing a bit more. ABCD pattern is very clear.
Power conversion for things like charging, industrial, electrification of the grids. But they actually talked about how they're moving more so in the data center space and industrial electrification. And effectively, they're going to be at a conference coming up where they're announcing some new modifications to their technologies. Some of the catalysts associated with the business include partnerships with NVIDIA, which is looking for higher voltage, lower power consumption-based technology partnerships that Navitas supplies the marketplace, as well as basically next-generation factory-scale computation platforms. So it's all about power conversion and power efficiency, and that's essentially what Navitas focuses on as a semiconductor solutions-based business. Some of the deals that they actually have include not just NVIDIA, but Texas Instruments and Qorvo, as well as NXPI, which is one of the mainstay players in the automotive and industrial space for semiconductors as well.
George, when you're looking at this particular name and you're comparing it, I'll throw On Semi in there as well as maybe another that kind of operates in this space. You look at Wolfspeed, you look at NBTS, you look at On, all of them look similar, big steep rallies as of late. Is this the latest kind of area within semiconductors that the market seems to be rotating towards?
I think so. So, you know, when I cover a lot of these stocks in semiconductor, you have to look at the parallels. First off, they're all moving higher for the most part. You know, looking at the SOX index or SMH as an ETF, whatever you want to look at, they're moving higher. Within the context of each one of these names and groups, they're separate. I mean, On Semiconductor, Texas Instruments, those are a couple of names in the analog and mixed signal digital space. If you look at NVT,
Microsoft trailing off a bit right now.
These are power semiconductor solutions and materials-based companies. Of course, you got AMD and Intel in the CPU space.
Micron Pulse,
in the
long dated,
chipset CPU space. So
deep
the point
cores,
is that
Tesla
a lot
Pulse,
of these names have been
AMD
moving higher,
Pulse,
significantly
NVIDIA
higher,
Pulse,
on the
Q's
back of what's
Pulse.
been going on in the past 6 weeks or so, and remarkable moves to say the least. I think at the end of the day, you know, you got to look at some of these businesses holistically in terms of what they're doing relative to the end markets they serve. In this case, you got to think about the complementary aspects of power efficiency, and that's where Navitas fits the stack of artificial intelligence. And it's an important stack because of the power consumption avoidance needs because of electricity not being able to sustain the demand for artificial intelligence computation. So I'll just point out that, you know, looking at this name, I did notice that the short interest is still quite high. It's around 17.5%. Just going back to about 60 days ago, it was around 22%. So the shorts are covering. Market cap of this business is around 5.7 billion. Sales last year, 40 million. Estimated sales this year, 42, and next year, 73 million. No profits are estimated for this year or next year on Navitas. So my point is that, yeah, this market is pulling or pushing a lot of these names higher. But at some point in time, we'll probably see some sort of pullback or correction, and it's probably going to impact a lot of these names that are not necessarily profitable, more so because of their high beta nature. But it doesn't mean they can't go higher from here, which they certainly can.
Yeah, they absolutely can. A big move today, of course. But I appreciate that, George Tillett, for that rundown. Of course, this will do it for Next Gen Investing for today and this week. We have a watch list coming up next.
Zscaler still climbing. Tesla, no follow through. Microsoft trailing off right now. Microsoft dropping off now.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing up houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
All right, Tesla, no follow through yet. All right, Tesla getting people's hopes up, not following through, not breaking out yet.
Good afternoon. It's Friday, and welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalidis. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Come to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I'm so glad you're with us. It's a winning day on Wall Street in that the Dow Jones Industrial Average hit a new record all-time intraday high. So we'll be taking a look at the technical levels to watch on the S&P 500. You know, that also is right around records too. Right? Yesterday's a record. Intuitive Machines, Joby Aviation, some names to watch. Also, the director of University of Michigan's Consumer Sentiment Survey joins us. New record low there today. What we need to know. Alex Coffey standing by us. Some big moves as we talk tech and NVIDIA. Right? You want to see what the folks are doing in the options trades. Also, Ross Stores and Delta Airlines. It's another winning week, right? 8 weeks in a row on the S&P 500. Rough arrows. Take it. And even a record. Right? Records to speak of. S&P 500, 74.90 right now, 44 points, 1.5%. The Nasdaq is up 0.75% at 29,588. Dow Jones Industrial Average up almost 500 points at 50,733. And the Russell gaining 1 full percentage point. Had a great conversation about small caps earlier today. And incredible run, up 35% in 1 year.
SP exports, long dated, Micron Pulse, Deep Calls, Tesla Pulse, Shenanigans, Sandisk Pulse, Deep Puts, BE Pulse, Zero DTE, Corsair, Size.
The only weak spot is communication services. Other than that, all great. And then we take a look also at some of the other areas. Right now, oil's at $96, so that's down. As oil moves down, stocks move up. You know how that goes. Gold right now is at $23. The 10-year bond yield hit over 4.6 earlier in the week. Now it's 4.56. So for folks who want lower yields, you got a little bit of that. The dollar is at 9.92.
Futures pulling back a bit. All right, maybe we'll get something going. It's 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. I'm your host, Cousin Betting, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday, May the 22nd. We got just under 2 hours to go.
Stocks moving to the upside here, Nicole. This is after the Trump administration has announced a $2 billion stake across 9 different quantum computing firms here. And the biggest one that is getting the majority of that funding, around $1 billion or so, is IBM. And we are seeing IBM up about 1.3% off of the highs for today, with a stellar week overall when you're looking at the price action and really breaking out to new all-time highs. A couple of the other companies that are getting some of this funding is going to be Global Foundries. They're getting around $375 million, and you're also seeing D-Wave getting around $100 million. And a lot of those stocks, once again, catching a bit to the upside after seeing a pretty decent drawdown over the last couple of months. The enthusiasm around the quantum trade kind of fell by the wayside as we did see maybe some volatility and some intermarket rotation taking place here. But you are seeing a lot of these technology stocks outside of quantum catching some positive flows over the last couple of trading sessions here. Some optimism that we may come to a deal with Iran, as well as maybe a new shift when it comes to the Fed, also gaining a little bit of enthusiasm for the market. So overall, tech stocks continue to run. Quantum stocks are now back in vogue, and we'll see how long this can actually last here. If it lasts another couple of weeks, we might still see that risk-on sentiment across the broader equity market continue to hold.
Interesting here. Look, I'm looking at all these things. I mean, I pulled up Rigetti, which was the one I had in my mind with what the Trump administration was doing with this group. And so week to date, it's up 45%. 1 year up 136%. And this is, they get awarded $2 billion. I mean, in grants, it's a big deal. And so what a great run this has been for Rigetti and for the other names as well. You mentioned IBM and just the quantum.
All right, markets are just kind of sitting here, not trying to figure out what they want to do next.
Nobody was looking. What are we saying about Dell today?
Not much movement.
The legacy players are really catching some traction here over the last year or so, Nicole. We are seeing Dell actually getting a price target increase.
Merck, nice gap up on Merck today.
Up to $270 is now the new price target. That's up from $180. They do keep their overweight rating on the shares. They do believe that Dell is going to be able to pull forward the implied EPS growth between $17 and $18 here into 2028. And they say it's going to be the key driver for the stock to continue to move higher. Basically, they believe that it's trading at a very cheap multiple right now, and the stock is going to appreciate into its perceived multiple through 2028 here. So we'll get another stock that's been catching a really nice bid, over 17.5% today, making new highs. This is kind of on the back of maybe even IBM. Once again, a legacy player has some exposure when it comes to quantum.
All right, so looking for a bounce. Maybe we'll get a bounce here.
Individuals are looking at these names for the next new wave of technology, and Dell has been able to really outperform and outshine in this market as of late. Once again, making new all-time highs. Nice breakout from a consolidation pattern of the last 2 weeks.
And it's interesting because sometimes people it's hot, then it's not. It's
IONQ fading. All right, people taking profits. People taking profits with a long weekend, with Monday off. A lot of people are taking a lot of positions off, short-term positions. That's what I've been doing for the most part.
Taken off the public markets and then it was brought back. Some of us remember that. The low in 3 years was $44. So incredible. If you bought this 3 years ago, $44, you're at 300 now. Pretty nice run. What about Kevin Marsh, the big swearing in when President told him like that, hey Kevin, you need to do what you need to do.
We did see Kevin Warsh actually, confirmed or sworn in for today here. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas was the one that actually conducted the swearing in for Mr. Warsh. Now, this is going to be very interesting to see. He called it an honor of a lifetime. Obviously, he does plan on trying to provide some reform-oriented changes when it comes to the Federal Reserve, and one of that could actually be a readjustment to the inflation models moving forward. We know that the Fed and currently inflation is around 1% higher than what they would like to see for their target. But Kevin Warsh would like to see a little bit more of a dynamic system being put into place, which could actually drop the inflation rate by about 1%. So it's very unique. We have seen other central banks actually taking up more of this dynamic model. Ben Bernanke is actually one of the big favorites for this, has been working on this for the last 15 to 20 years or so, and has been working with like the Bank of England as well. It seems like Kevin Warsh would like to maybe implement some of that here in the United States at the Federal Reserve here. But we are still seeing maybe some headwinds when it comes to the Treasury yield. We did see that 10-year yield getting above that 4.6%. Maybe a little bit of an area of resistance when it comes to the near term. Saw some buyers kind of stepping in over the last 24 48 hours here, Nicole. But we do not really want to see inflation continuing to ramp higher, because that could also then break out yields, especially on the longer end of the curve, like 30-year, which is trading near 19-year highs. So
Okay, can we get one more shot to the highs? One more shot to the highs. What's Apple doing? Apple pulled back a bit. Apple off the highs. Apple breaking out this week.
And you know what's interesting too? I think about they were talking about
Back to VWAP.
the new Fed chair, and that it's not unusual to see the markets testing, bond market, stock market testing the new Fed chair. And on the market watch read that I'm doing here, it says the pattern has been somewhat consistent since the 1930s. We did actually already see that. We saw bond yields moving to levels that we haven't seen since before the great financial crisis. We've come off those highs from earlier midweek, let's say, but we know that Kevin Warsh has his hands definitely full with what he needs to decide. The other thing about oil, are we becoming somewhat desensitized to a higher oil price? How high can it stay that it's not problematic? I know the U.S. has been now an emergency oil go-to, right? We've exported so much in oil. Okay, thank you, Kevin Green. Thank you so much. Anything more on the levels or anything else you wanted to add in here quickly?
Yeah, I would say the 7,500 level is going to be the key area of resistance for now. We see the majority of oil being transacted at that level, Nicole. So it's not out of the ordinary that we're seeing that kind of getting faded. Just also be mindful we are in, we're trading into a holiday weekend. Liquidity levels are relatively low. Everybody's trading on news headlines. So you are seeing kind of these intraday spikes of 10 or 15 points in a matter of seconds. That's just because of the low liquidity as well.
Zscaler has been pretty active since right after the open. Dip buyers. The New York Fangs have been mixed. Meta's starting to turn back up again. Meta.
And so we'll continue to watch anything that happens pertaining to Iran. I mean, of course, the president was going to strike Iran a day ago or so, and at the request, he said, of Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar, he said no, he won't do it at that time and gave them more time. So we'll see. But that's the kind of thing that can really move markets as well. So we'll spotlight technology. We always love doing that. Upcoming SpaceX IPO. Got to get some more details on that, which now seems to be set for June. Let's empty out from Gerber Kawasaki, who is a big Tesla shareholder over there. They have watched Elon for many years. What do they say about SpaceX? Also, big moves from Alex Coffey. Real options trades for NVIDIA after the big report. And Rob obviously knocking it out of the park. Rob Stores and Delta. We'll be right back.
All right. Apple, Amazon, Google, all these, Microsoft, Nvidia, Netflix, all back near the lows. Meta looks like it might do something. Have to keep an eye on Meta and Tesla. Snowflake. All right, it's been a good week. Wasn't really looking to do a whole lot today anyway. Took some of those S&P 500, 7,500s off this morning. Those expire next week, but I went ahead and took them off just in case, next week we fade a bit off these highs. Just wanted to cash in and reduce my exposure on short-term options that expire within the next week or two. So that's what I was doing this morning for the most part. A couple of you posted a few trades. David mentioned Meta and Apple, I believe. Meta, I know. Apple, I'm not sure. IWM working. That's faded from the high. That was a nice little pop to sell into.
Micron Pulse, Deep Puts, Long Dated, Nvidia Pulse, Deep Calls, SP Exports, 0 DTE, Call Sign.
Anyway, did you look through it? Are you interested in getting the shares? Are you hot on SpaceX or not so much of them?
It's great to see you, Nicole. It's about 280 pages, actually. You don't have to look through the whole thing. I think looking at the business part is really the key. There's some amazing pictures, actually, on the S1. I've never seen an S1 with pictures like that. You can make an little copybook table, actually. But it's fascinating. I think this is really one of the most amazing IPO, one of the most instrumental IPOs we've seen in a long time. Obviously, we knew about SpaceX, but the way that they structured the three businesses between Starlink, the launch business, and XAI is really fascinating to me. They really painted a picture that is palpable for us to explore space and be multiplanetary species and obviously create data centers in space. Now, the one kind of caution I will throw out there is what they're trying to do is so hard and is so complicated. It's not going to be without hiccups, right? So I think people or investors should really look into the risks before trying to jump on. So for us, we're not buying the SpaceX at the IPO, but we're surely looking at it very closely.
So you're not buying SpaceX at the IPO. Do you often not buy IPOs? Is this different than your normal habit, or you know what I mean? I'd like to know, were you excited to buy it, then you saw something and said, "I'll wait," or is this what you usually do around an IPO?
Yeah, we have a policy in the firm to wait for new IPOs for usually about 6 months. We try to wait for the lockups to come off so we can see how much stock is traded, and obviously it also takes some time for a new company to come to its own valuations per se. So yeah, it's normal for us not to do that. But I think more importantly with SpaceX, this is an Elon company, right? So the valuation it's going to try and trade at is really astronomical.
All right, Netflix. All right, the New York Fangs are just they don't look that great right now. We still got a little bit of time. Maybe they'll pop these up a little bit. But we've had 8 weeks up, so the odds of a 9th week higher? Not sure. Not sure we're going to get a ninth week up.
Sell. SpaceX has been a private company for almost 15 years, and unlike most of the tech companies, SpaceX employees don't make that much money, really, if you think about it. So they have a ton of stock that they were waiting to sell for a long time. So I think it's important to see that come through the market and how that works out first.
Also, I was thinking how, and you don't necessarily want to comment on the value, but you did say within the one area, the AI business, within that area is XAI. It's also Twitter, X, right? Plus also Mississippi and Tennessee data centers. So, but you noted how much they burn versus what they generate, and it was a big cash burn.
Yep.
IWM. All right, starting to turn back up. IWM.
4 months ago, and Elon decided to pay $250 billion.
Okay, let me see what 10-year looks like. US 10-year. US 10-year fading a bit more, so that should be good for IWM. Okay, S&P looks like it wants to bounce too.
So what they've done is actually signed a deal with Anthropic to sell their compute there. But ultimately, I think what they've laid out on the X one is long term, XAI will have so much compute from these data centers once they're available in space to be able to really have some of the best frontier models. Again, that's to be seen, and that's something that we have to watch for. And I would never bet against Elon, but it's going to take some time for that to play itself out.
Right, understood. When I've spoken to different people, they thought that SpaceX would buy. I mean, Dan Ives said he thought SpaceX would buy Tesla after the IPO. He said this a while back. What do you think? Does SpaceX eventually incorporate IPO? Does SpaceX incorporate Tesla under the umbrella or no?
I mean, it's hard for me.
IWM.
Although nothing is impossible with Elon. It's two different businesses, and it's also the
All right, maybe we'll get something going on the small cap side. IWM.
and SpaceX is
Microsoft bouncing right now. Microsoft.
assuming that's the valuation. Like, how do you make those numbers work? I think the reality is SpaceX
Meta.
is already very complicated. Trying to really combine the XAI business plus the launch business plus the Starlink business, and also now you're trying to add Tesla. I think it's just more complication that's not needed.
Understood. Tell me about your thoughts on Tesla. It was a name you guys loved for a while. Then there seemed to be a lack of clarity and delivery on certain things, like the excitement about full self-driving, but is it really here? Or the excitement about a cheaper, easier car, that didn't come out. Things like that. There was a pickup truck. I mean, there were different things, but there's other things that have been incredible, like energy, right, storage, and also humanoid robots, and Optimus, and other things. So Tesla, what are you doing with the shares over the last 6 months, let's say, and what do you continue to do?
Well, three things. One is the fun part is if you have data center space.
Microsoft turning fast here. Microsoft turning fast. Okay, watch Microsoft here turning really fast all of a sudden. Okay, let's look at Microsoft. Microsoft turning the corner. Okay, a little short covering there, it looks like. All right, Meta too. Meta too. All right, let's see what Meta looks like. Meta starting to turn up. Okay, let's see where they go with this. Let's see where they go with this. Meta.
So the reality is hopefully the Tesla business picks up or we see some excitement there because we need to see FSD, we need to see Optimus, and we need to see what some of these products have been promised for a long time start to work and execute, and that just hasn't happened.
Yeah, semi-truck, that was the word I was looking for, by the way. At 427, you're not buying it today, is that right?
No.
What about NVIDIA? What did you think about Jensen Huang's parabolic quarter? That was his word.
but he does print some insane numbers, right? Like if you think about $49 billion in free cash flow in 90 days, these are just insane. We've never seen anything like this, right? But I think the reality is, I'm glad Nvidia is doing so good, because if the Nvidia trade or the Nvidia numbers are not good, nothing else works, right? The whole AI trade is predicated on Nvidia continuing to accomplish and execute the way that they have. And frankly, they just really, crushed it in every aspect, right? Like we have the new Vera CPU. This is a new business that did not exist. That's going to do $20 billion. So what Nvidia has been doing is iterating and innovating in every year with the new chips, but also the software is getting better. They get into new businesses, as I said, in the CPU, and the numbers are just insane. One really important thing from this earnings season is they broke down the hyperscaler versus everyone else. I think one of the bear cases for Nvidia has been that the hyperscalers at some point will stop spending on chips. And what they're doing right now is they're saying, hey, we're diversifying our good customers. So hyperscalers are only 50%, and they have a bunch of new customers. So I'm just very excited about what Nvidia is going.
Okay, Zscaler continues this nice little climb. Nice little move. Microsoft off the low. Microsoft coming off the low. Got an hour and 35 minutes to go. Tesla, maybe it'll do something here shortly. Meta's starting to push back up. Meta.
SP exports. Micron pulse. Nvidia pulse. Long dated. AMD pulse. Deep puts. Shenanigans. 0 DTE. Call sign.
So that's kind of what we've been doing. We've kind of been building around Nvidia, and the trade for us has been working out. Just
Microsoft, all right, Apple, all those turning back up now. Meta trying to beat it back to the highs.
That's a good one. And what was the last one?
Bloom Energy.
Oh, Bloom Energy. Yeah, that's a good one too. Okay, I'm writing them down, meaning good one for me to write down. I make notes.
Okay.
How's that, yeah. Great to see you. Managing partner, Gerber Kawasaki Wealth and Investment Management. Thank you, Hatem. Great to see you. Thanks. Coming up, charts to watch. Ben Watson is standing by. I'll take a look at the key technical levels for the S&P 500 intuitive machines and Joby Aviation. The Watsons will be right back.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Sometimes QBTS. You could have done
HYLN.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, how it's going to impact the markets.
Okay, Zscaler still pushing. Not a bad day, not a bad week. 8 weeks up. There goes Microsoft pushing a bit higher. Microsoft pushing a bit higher now. Coming off the low.
To sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com. All right, it's time now for Charts to Watch. Ben Watson's with us, Senior Manager of Trading.
Meta, trying to push a bit higher. Meta. A lot of flow today. Meta, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla. We got an hour and a half to go. Let's see what they can do with this. Microsoft trying to bounce.
That's an opportunity perhaps for investors to back off a little bit, maybe keep things on the sidelines, but they haven't really been doing that today. Pushing this price on the SPX up to near this 7,500 level, and I think that's the nearest term level to watch, that 7,500 mark right overhead. That would be kind of out to that new potential high. We look at those big round numbers as potential resistance. Now, the downside move, if you look at this little kind of 200-point bull flag that the market's made in the last few weeks, that would suggest if we can break out of the 7,500 mark, maybe we get into next week and there's some enthusiasm, breaks out potentially to the 7,700 range. The only concern that I really have here, Nicole, is the fact that the RSI, that relative strength index, down in that lower panel, is diverging just a little bit from what price action is doing. That suggests maybe investors are a little bit cautious at this.
No follow through. Okay, watching Tesla. Tesla's starting to do something here. Tesla. Okay, watch Tesla. 3 times it tried to get through this level overhead. 431, 432.
Discussion, but taking a look at Intuitive Machines, symbol is Lunar, L-U-N-R. And do you remember these are guys that make the little rovers that go out on the expeditions once they get to the planet? And they're waiting for a NASA contract approval, which has been driving the price of the stock significantly higher in the last little bit. Following the earnings announcement, they saw a little bit of a pullback into this diagonal uptrend line. But now today, kind of making that move up, coming off.
Future's still sitting here. IWM turning back down.
Resistance overhead is at about 38.5, and if they can break out, just taking the conservative price pattern measurement here, the moonshot is up to about that 45 mark as a potential resistance in the near term. Momentum is moving up. I mean, this has got some oomph behind it. You know, we'll see if it has the thrust to get out to those elevated levels, though, Nicole.
All right, and last but not least, looking at Joby Aviation. Why is this one popping?
Well, I'll tell you what, this is one that you might very well be interested in because I know you know how long it takes to get from the city to JFK, and that's what.
Okay, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft popping up now. Microsoft. All right, another little pop there on Microsoft.
Ran the air taxis from the heliport out to the airports around the New York City area. That's going to be part of their process. This is fully electric air taxi, and you can see this rounded bottom that they've made under that $11.35 resistance area. Post the earnings announcement, some momentum to the upside, touching that area today. A breakout to the 13 mark, but this
Meta trying to push. Tesla's turning back up.
because they're actually looking at now establishing some of those commercial routes with that acquisition of Blade Aviation. So some potential for liftoff here, and maybe they hover up around that 13 for a bit.
Almost an hour for the last 2 miles. They've been doing construction, so I think plenty of people would love to jump on that. Thank you so much, Ben Watson. Good to see you. And then we had a sinkhole at LaGuardia this week. It's a tough business. I feel sorry for them and for the flyers. Thank you. Coming up, I'm sure you saw the University of Michigan's consumer sentiment number. That survey hitting a new all-time low. I want to speak with the survey's director. That will be next. Of course, people are worried about gasoline prices in Iran. We'll be right back.
Okay. Microsoft turning back up. Meta trying to go. Got a little bit less than an hour and a half to go. Hour and 28, hour and 26 minutes, 27 minutes.
This place is running. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Like that. Yeah, at Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. I think I'm going to be sick. We have to buy that now.
Invest your way with Schwab. Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Mom, my grandparents, did they know what our family would become? I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across.
All right, IWM starting to make a higher low. IWM might get something going here. There goes Meta. Meta's starting to pop a little more. Meta, end of day run. Here goes Meta, trying to push a bit higher. Here goes Meta.
Real-time market moves, earnings, breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more. Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Tevelides. Want to take a closer look at the markets 90 minutes before the closing bell rings here on Wall Street. We've already hit a record on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Right now, though, we pull back somewhere. It's 50,720 from 438 points. The S&P 500, the close is above 7501. You're going to have a record close there. It is up about 44 points, up more than 0.5%. The Nasdaq is up 0.75% at 29,575, up 217 points. And the small caps, those Russell numbers just keep going higher, up 1% today at 2872. Great runs for the small caps. The VIX is at 1656, the 10-year bond at 456. All right, let's take a look here at a big print today. What makes it a print is that it was a record low. Consumer sentiment hit a record low, that survey. And joining me right now, Joanne Su, Director of the Survey of Consumers and Research Associate Professor, University of Michigan. Thank you.
IWM trying to make a higher low. IWM.
About this. You know, nobody wants to see all-time low in consumer sentiment. What stood out to you other than right away the first number on the print?
I want to contextualize what we mean when we say it's all-time low. The previous all-time low was in June of 2022, and we're just below that right now. And I think that shouldn't be too surprising. You know, compared to June of 2022, when inflation was at its peak, labor markets have unambiguously weakened, and we're in the middle of a military conflict in Iran. And so I don't think it should be that much of a surprise that consumers feel worse now than they did about 4 years ago. The key thing to note about today's data release is that in previous months, consumers have really immediately reacted to the conflict in Iran and the gas prices that had surged, but they were kind of withholding judgment over how long-term these effects they would be. And what we were seeing in May really was a proliferation of beliefs that the negative impact of
All right, S&P turning back down now. Futures.
to higher inflation, not just in the short run, but the long run as well.
Still got a lot of positive gamma below, but above we got a lot of negative gamma. Just means it'll be more volatile if we were to push above this level. Let's go to Charm and see what we might be doing here. All right, so a lot of volatility in Charm. Could what do you call it? Pin right in this area. It tends to pin between these different shaded areas. So either above or below this purple right here. Right now we're headed towards this purple zone between this red and purple right here at 74.90.
consumers are concerned that the increase in gas prices that we've been seeing over the last few months is going to persist. They are feeling it they're feeling it currently. They're expecting it to persist in the short run, and they're also expecting it to persist.
Okay, Meta, trying to do something here, Meta. Okay, Microsoft's still climbing. Microsoft is still climbing. Trying to get above VWAP. Trying to get back above VWAP. Volume is coming in. Okay, here comes the volume on Microsoft. Volume, Microsoft.
Gasoline prices are highly salient to consumers. It's something with a price tag that's on the street that anyone can see at any time. And gasoline is a major purchase for many types of households who may or may not have the ability to switch to transportation. So it's not terribly surprising that consumers absolutely have noticed how much gas prices have increased over the last few months. 50% in the last few months, 12% from the beginning of our interviews for May. So it is a major burden for consumers. They're really looking for some relief on that front.
And then can you talk to me about?
All right, Microsoft. Nice volume spike in here on Microsoft. Meta's starting to pick up a little bit. Can we get an end of day run on some of these? IWM keeps trying to push, create a higher low. You need a higher high above 285 or so, 285, 286. All right, futures are trying to bounce. Did a lot of profit taking this morning. Shorter term option trades. Took some things off. Took the S&P 500, 7500s off. I posted that at the open. ARM Holdings took that off into strength. Had to take a little bit less than what I wanted, but got out at 385 instead of $4. Looking for NVIDIA to base in this area a little bit more. Maybe next week this will be something we can trade off of. We got Monday off. Monday off for Memorial Day. You can feel the momentum has slowed quite a bit into the evening session. I'm your host, Cousin Ben, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, May 22nd, 2:42 p.m. We got an hour and 18 minutes to go, basically. You're going to get any kind of run, we need to see it soon.
Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Welcome back to the watch list. Happy Friday to you. You have a long weekend. Stock market's going to be closed on Monday. Thanks for joining me here live at the New York Stock Exchange.
Oracle.
And Kevin Hanks joins me.
Oracle.
Remember everybody in the service on it's Memorial Day, those who have passed in their memory. Take a look at what's going on here. Kevin Hanks says stocks have up arrows today.
Yeah, a great strong day for the market for sure, despite NVIDIA being lower. The really interesting thing about today's trade is that information technology is higher today without NVIDIA, without Broadcom, but it's AMD that's actually leading that small little sector.
All right, Meta going a little bit more. Meta starting to push a bit more now. Meta's starting to go.
When it comes to AI chips, because remember, AMD not only has GPUs, but they're pretty strong position in CPUs as well, where NVIDIA is really just dominant in GPUs. I think it's very interesting that Broadcom and NVIDIA are down, yet information technology and AMD are higher on the day, Nicole.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see next week what happens. All right, you hear the whoops, because that means we have a 3-day weekend. At 3:33.
Is that what that means?
Listen up, it'll be very loud whooping here. Okay, let's turn our attention over to ETFs. Our ETF watch.
AXTX, CODX, GIGGU may resume in less than a minute.
Hi, thanks very much for having me on. Yeah, so what we run is a managed futures trading strategy ETF. We trade in 22 different markets across commodities, fixed income, and currencies. And what we're looking to do is participate in big trends as they come through the markets. And, we've sure seen a lot of those over the past.
No follow through on IWM. Looked like it was going to create some higher highs. Right now we're testing that 2 o'clock pivot. We had a 2 o'clock pivot low. Looks like we're going to test it right now. IWM. Okay.
And we're short of bonds at the minute as well, which is helping us as well as interest rates go up.
So the KMLM is 11 commodities contracts, 22 liquid futures contracts across 11 commodities, 6 currencies, 5 global bond markets, no equity futures. So people should know that. So within this portfolio, which has been a winner year to date and over the past year, what's driving it?
Tesla with a late evening buy signal flickering off and on. Tesla, late evening buy signal flickering off and on. We've had difficulty trying to get through this 431 zone. Okay. Tesla does have a reputation for running on Friday, so that might happen.
That's one big driver. On the fixed income side, the big driver has been short positions in bonds. That gives you direct exposure to interest rates going up. We've got a new Fed chair, we've got markets worried about inflation. There's not that many asset classes where you can get exposure to the short side of bonds. We've been short them for a really long time. It's been great for us.
So you've been shorting global government bonds because I've been saying bonds have been selling off. Have you been losing money, but you've been shorting those futures? So that's right. So you made money.
My Printos, SMH Pulse, long dated, Tesla Pulse, deep calls, NVIDIA Pulse, 0 DTE, size.
All right, Microsoft coming back down a little bit. Meta, a little profit taking.
Has been long the dollar and short the yen. As everyone knows, the yen has been perennially weak as they're trying to weaken the currency. Maybe they're getting to the limits of that right now, but that currency over the past few years has depreciated a lot. And being long the dollar, where you've got fairly high interest rates, against shorts in the yen, where the 10-year rate's going up, the front end rate is still a lot lower than the US. So being long at the dollar and short the yen has been a great position to have. It's really diversified, different and everything else. It's been great for us.
It really has, except for that August when the yen carry trade sort of appeared. And then there was a brief moment within the last month or so that we started to worry for that trade that the yen was getting stronger again. Are we worried about that, or watch this closely? I mean, you should watch all your trades closely, but you adjust this trade, right? I mean, if you think that it's no longer a good trade, you don't have it in there. Is that right?
That's pretty much right. Yeah, I mean, we do note, we do watch all the trades all the time. It's a systematic process. We're doing long-term trend following. when the currency has got to a point where it sounds as if the speed of the decline and the volatility of decline has got a little uncomfortable for policymakers. So they've tried to rate check it down a couple of times. Roughly, when it gets to around 160, they've knocked it down to the mid 150s. And that slows things down for a little while. We take some smaller losses.
All right, a little profit taking. Not much follow through. With an hour and 11 minutes to go. So some profit taking. No follow through yet. Time's running out.
A nice big position in soybeans, I saw. And I thought about when President Trump and the cohort went to China and we got promises from President Xi about, and we'd already had promises about buying soybeans, but also more in agriculture. Did you see moves in the commodities part of this story, or did you make any moves after that visit?
We trade in all of the grain markets in the US, or at least the major ones. That's corn, and soybeans, and wheat. And they're often getting bucketed around by the trade talks. That's right. Again, what we're trying to do is just pick up long-term trends in these things. They're very diversifying. They do different things. They're just not impacted by the rest of the things that are going on in the stock market. And what we're trying to do is give investors access to different things, both on the long side and the short side. So what we're looking for is if we get a very large move up as China starts to buy more of the US products, hopefully, we'll participate in that, and we'll float our way up and stick with the long and just see how it goes.
And when we think about just the portfolio all together, you're constantly watching the current environment.
Meta.
Trading and how
No follow through.
how bonds are doing, how the global story is doing. Is there any
Yeah.
the Iran story that if it
Hello?
changes over the weekend, for example?
I'm fucking broadcasting. Well, I can't hear you. What? I don't want a snack. I don't want anything. Fucking, I don't want anything.
We'll let the trends in the market sort themselves out.
Yeah, and
All right.
do you choose what's in there? Can you do it daily? Do you do it quarterly? Just so people know if they buy this.
Not much going on. Just chopping around here.
David Spell, thank you so much. Great to see you, co-CIO Mount Lucas Management. Thank you. Coming up, let's take a closer look at some large options trades to watch. Real trades, real options trades. NVIDIA. You know, when I spoke to Bob Lang earlier in the week, he was talking about 4-to-1 calls. Everybody was bullish.
Thank you, Andrew. MRAM. What do they do? MRAM. Is that a ETF? What is that? Everspin Technologies. That looks pretty good. It's a nice little bounce at the 21 day. Nice one there. Not sure what do they do? What do they do, Andrew?
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, and powerful trading platforms in 400 branches. All at your service.
All right, Tesla turning back up.
Sounds nice, right?
Welcome back to the watch list. Time for big moves where we highlight outsized options trades that are taking place in the market. And you want to see them? I do. Alice Coffey's with us.
Tesla turning back up.
End of the summer, September 18th, sold the 215 put. They did that 5,000 times, collecting $18.11 per contract. Do the math, that's over $9 million in options premium. That's the max profit on this trade. Break even 196.89. That's important because the risk on this trade is they'd be put quite a few shares of stock to the tune of $98.5 million worth.
Tesla
With that
Pulse,
break even
long
price being
dated,
the effective purchase
SP
price.
exports, deep calls. Size, NVIDIA Pulse, Q's Pulse, 0 DTE, call set.
Similar strategy, Nicole, but of course into a little bit of strength here post earnings. This stock jumps back to on trend. This trader sold 4,960 of the July 17, 2026 210 strike puts for $2.20. So only collecting 1.09 million in premium. That again is the max profit on this trade. Break even at 2.
Tesla's starting to lift. Tesla's starting to lift.
And then of course the risk on this trade would be that they would put the stock, and in this case to the tune of $103 million worth of Ross Stores stock. So big trade indeed, as this trader's looking for more.
Google.
All right, and last but not least, can we take a look here at the final trade you have? And that is Delta Airlines hitting new all-time highs today.
Google. Let me take a look at Google. Google. Okay, Google.
Delta Airlines is a way to express that. We'll never know. Either way, what we do know is they bought 2,900 of the June 80 strike calls, so about a month away. Spent $2.30 per contract, so not anywhere near as big of a trade as the last two, but big nonetheless. 667,000 worth of option premium. That's what the risk is on this trade. Unlimited upside with a break even of 82.30. So a trader who looks for a move to the upside in Delta.
All right, Tesla turning back up.
Absolutely. Okay, so we'll watch for that too.
Tesla. This will be the fourth attempt to get through this area. If it does manage to move a bit higher, with an hour and 4 minutes to go, a little less than an hour and 4 minutes to go. Tesla pushing back up.
Thanks for being with me all the time here on Schwab Network. This is the watch list I see you every day at 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. So I'll catch you on Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. Make sure you're here with me. Market on close is next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your Investor Checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy.
Tesla trying to turn up. Higher highs, higher lows. Back up towards the highs of the day. 431.45 more or less.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings. So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
My grandparents.
Little bounce in IWM.
I don't even know if they could envision
not much time left if they're going to do anything. Meta, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla. Not much time left.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Stocks that are making headway today. Dell on the S&P 500, big gap up. Didn't change much intraday. Just off the highs of the session. Dell. All right, that's had a really good day. Top of the list, S&P 500 all day. HPQ, HP Inc. All right, big move on HP Inc.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday, the final hour of trade for the week. The long weekend's about to start. Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. here on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close.
Qualcomm attacking the highs again. Qualcomm. Hewlett Packard, new highs. That looks good. Generac with the reversal back to, remember, it's hurricane season, so not surprised to see this one trending. Caterpillar and Cummins engines, those had pulled back too. Those are starting to lift a little bit. And Baker Hughes. Okay, hanging in there.
What's encouraging today is that the S&P equal weight is also rallying, suggesting it's broadening out. The healthcare sector has been one of the top performers today as well. Stocks are getting some relief from those lower yields and oil prices today on optimism about a potential breakthrough in negotiations around the Iran war, even though there are still some major sticking points in talks regarding enriched uranium and the toll structure in the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump is saying today Iran is dying to make a deal. But as Ben Emmons wrote this morning, the markets are zoning out the Iran noise and focusing on Kevin Walsh, who was sworn in as the 17th chair of the Federal Reserve this morning. All right, let's take a look at some of the stocks moving on the session and welcome in Jenny Horn from Chicago, host of Next Gen Investing. Good afternoon to you, Jenny. Just walk us through some of these companies that you're looking at today. I mean, Dell, one of the top performers on the S&P 500. What is the catalyst behind that?
I mean, it's amazing, frankly. And Sam, I would say that not even just today's move, which is obviously a huge portion of the weekly gain.
Tesla, can you do it? Can you do it? All right, let's check out what's going on. The Dow Jones, 30 stocks. Merck, number one, that gapped up this morning. Caterpillar, we just talked about. CRM.
Going into the company's print next week, citing right now this accelerating demand for AI infrastructure and this growing enterprise adoption. So we did see that they've doubled down pretty substantially on the AI infrastructure strategy through major product launches and the expanded partnerships they unveiled at the Dell Technologies World 2026. Wells Fargo, though, increasing their forecast to 270 from 180, while also maintaining a buy rating. Meanwhile, Evercore ISI did also add Dell
Cisco
outperform list, and so they know
at 120.
Setup, especially given the
3M,
AI demand infrastructure,
Apple.
Enterprise segment.
All right, Apple's just kind of hanging out right here at the moment, off the highs of the session.
When they, of course, report next Thursday. They do also right now, I mean, the street overall, as far as consensus is concerned, we are expecting adjusted earnings per share to climb 88%.
Yeah, Tesla. I was expecting a little bit more out of Tesla in the day, but not happening. Not happening at the moment. We got Monday off, holiday, Memorial Day.
It certainly is, and it's impressive. I mean, sort of the companies that you look at today that are hitting all-time highs. I mean, you've got other names like HP, you've got Delta, you've got Goldman, Apple. So obviously this is what is taking us to records today as well. You're looking at earnings. Workday impressive as well. I mean, particularly given it's down, what, 40% or so year to date. I mean, it really felt like it needed a good shot in the arm, a good earnings report here to take it a leg higher. And obviously the margins have been a big focus.
All right, Tesla coming back down now. Okay. So anybody that wanted Tesla going into the weekend bought shares or bought the options already. Futures pulling back now, so is IWM.
Spider Pulse, long dated, Q's Pulse, Micron Pulse, Deep Calls, AMD Pulse, Deep Puts, Size, 0 DTE, call sign.
Recurring revenue, and they also are a key indicator of customer retention and for their expansion. Operating income now makes up around 13.8% of their revenue, which is much higher than 1.8% we saw a year ago. Sharp improvement there for profitability and operating leverage. We did also see non-GAAP earnings rise versus last year, as well as adjusted earnings. And 12-month subscription revenue backlog did rise 15.5% from last year, which represents this contracted revenue that's expected to convert over next year and hopefully does improve their forward visibility. Their total subscription backlog, also revenue backlog, was up about 11% from last year, which again reinforces more of this long-term demand. Now, still some concerns. Total revenue growth of 13%.
Okay, Tesla coming back down.
Considerable, but still
With 52 minutes to go. 52 minutes to go.
total subscription backlog also at
I mean, let's just put up Micron because
we weren't walking through what we think is the highest probability outcome. We were just saying what could derail the trade, and what could derail the trade would be some sense that demand supply balance is close.
Which is kind of inflation, right? Like that's, I do think like higher oil and gas prices and commodity prices could derail it temporarily.
I mean, we looked at every company that mentioned any comment on any earnings call transcript, and we think it's about net negative for about 10% of the companies and about 7 or 8% of the earnings if oil stays really high, mostly concentrated in consumer. We've chosen, despite a couple of decent prints you mentioned, Dan, to say somewhat more negative on discretionary and staples, just thinking. But when you look underneath and the consumer stocks have really underperformed.
Yeah.
The aggregate sector is misleading. It looks like it's been good because Amazon and Tesla have been okay. Sure. But underneath the surface, things have been shattered.
They're starting to come back.
Is that it's just too hard to try and pick winners in what's been a loser's environment for the most part.
It's also important to remember that from a portfolio allocation standpoint, picking the right sector is the largest determinant of portfolio outperformance. Or theme. That's fair. So if you say
Microsoft trying to turn back up, but not much time left.
Mostly it doesn't matter which consumer discretionary name you pick, you're going to outperform by underweighting it, and vice versa. If you overweight technology and it outperforms, it doesn't really matter.
Bitcoin.
So the point about discretionary is nobody wants to be exposed to a lot of these names right now. And so even though I might highlight Urban Outfitters and Boot Barn and Williams-Sonoma doing quite well, it's really hard to get investors, I imagine, into those names.
The issue is that penalty frequency. so much harsher than reward for beating.
Yeah.
That you just can't afford to own something. It used to be you could say, I get this business, I know they're going to recover, I get current conditions are poor, but I'll buy it anyway for what I know will turn out to be better in a year or two. You can't do that now because even cheap stocks that are missing are going down more than expensive stocks that are missing.
Yeah, I
You
actually
can't
agree with
afford to wait in until things are better.
Steph, do I have a feeling that, you look at some of these moves that we've seen in the market, straight up and to the right for the most part, whether it's the Microns of the world or any number of other chip names, and for that matter, even software stocks, which many seem to be, left in the gutter, have been rallying for the last month. Just about. That it's made you a little uncomfortable, the way that these charts all look. I mean, look, even Ed Yardeni, who's a bull and unabashed, exuberance may be turning a wee bit irrational, he suggests. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do, and I reflected a little bit in our Robinhood Strategies portfolios. I took a profit in one or two of the very parabolic move names that we held and put into other high moving but not as parabolic names. It is a little harder, I think, to get, and I actually agree with that on it, that it is easier.
50 minutes left. 50 minutes.
Have the right nice technicals than it is to go into something that you can bet on a recovery. I have a couple of them in the portfolio, but I'd much rather focus on materials and energy as being more of a recovery.
To Ed's point, one of my favorite counterintuitive talking points, and it's especially relevant in light of what he just said, is the 90s bull market, which we tend to think of as this one long, exaggerated blow on top, was really not. It was really just that 99 period. From 95 through the beginning of 95 through the end of 98, the NASDAQ went up at about a 30.5% annualized clip for those 4 years. For the 3 years of 23, 24, 25, the NASDAQ today is going up at a 31.5. So we're actually going up faster at an annualized clip today than we were in the early part of the bull market then. So I don't know if that means we are more rational today than we were then, but it does mean that we are tracking largely in line with what was happening then. And which begs the question is, at what point does this bull market rally
Tesla. Okay. Very slow. Not surprising. End of the day, end of the week, with a weekend, extended weekend. S&P pulling back below VWAP. Earnings have been good. This quarter earnings have been good. So with 8 weeks up, don't know what to expect for next week. 9 weeks. Knocking on 7,500 this morning, briefly above it. Okay, Netflix starting to turn up a little bit of short covering expected in the next half an hour or so. Short covering.
Still feel like fundamentals are decent, but maybe less vulnerable to a bigger correction when things do sell off.
Yeah, I mean, until and if oil and rates come down, this idea of a broadening trade and thinking that it's smart to move away from the AI complex is going to be hard to sell people on, don't you think?
I still think it's the biggest risk, and that's the only thing that's keeping me a little cautious, which is why we have things like Eaton and Alcoa in our portfolio, because I just think it's the right thing to do until we have an answer on what's happening.
Eaton's an AI semi, though.
It is, but it's also the fact that they provide power, where our power grid is extremely old and needs to be reinvested in, and now there's capital for that, in addition to the fact that there is higher demand.
But I think the bigger or the challenge is just that it used to be years ago you could say, I want to get defensive, I'll buy staples and pharma.
Yeah, healthcare, yeah.
And so what happens is that used to be 30% of the S&P, and now it's 10%. Right, so you can't even. There's not enough market cap to get defensive, and it misses. So what's worse than buying something for defense than it misses? And I think that's also why people are sticking with AI semis trade. They're like, I know it's not going to miss, and I haven't kind of seen that. All right,
it is the biggest market adjacent story of the day. Let's call it that. The new fence here, Kevin Warsh.
sworn in earlier at the White House and pledging to put his own stamp on that institution.
I will lead a reform-oriented Federal Reserve, learning from past successes and mistakes both, escaping static frameworks and models, and upholding clear standards of integrity and performance.
Joined now by the Wall Street Journal Chief Economics Correspondent Nick Timmer. It's good to have you, especially on a day like this. Doesn't happen all that often, so we're grateful for your insight. A reform-oriented Fed, said Mr. Warsh today. What does that mean?
Well, I think, Scott, the tell at the ceremony was who Kevin Warsh reached for. He invoked Alan Greenspan, sworn in at the same spot in 1987, the last time we had a swearing in at the White House. And he said he would lead with energy and purpose, just like Chairman Greenspan did. There was no mention of Ben Bernanke, the chair that Kevin Warsh actually served under the whole time that he was a governor on the board through the 2008 crisis. Bernanke wasn't there, he wasn't invited. And I think that's the signal there. The Warsh reform agenda, a smaller balance sheet, quieter Fed, less forward guidance, is essentially about pulling back the Fed back to where it was in the 1990s and trying to run the institution the way Alan Greenspan did.
You know, you raised a really interesting point, and one that I didn't even consider myself as we were watching this all unfold today, is that Bernanke wasn't in the room. Now, of course, you couldn't see everybody who was in the room, but he didn't, to your point, single him out, mention him in any way, shape, or form, which has me wonder, and I think there were some reports from the period of time around the crisis as to whether Kevin Warsh has a different view on what the Fed's role should be, even in times of crisis, whether, endless money printing or what have you, the helicopter coming in with the cash falling is even a right move. How would you address that?
Well, here's the question I put on the table, which is, Warsh wants the Greenspan Fed back, but which Greenspan moment is he walking into? The optimistic version, which we hear about a lot, is 1996, strong economy, productivity growth. Greenspan resists the pressure to tighten, and he is vindicated in some ways by the boom in the late 1990s. And that's the story that the White House is telling and that they're hoping for. The darker version, which I think Dan alluded to a few minutes ago, is 1999. The economy is racing. The Fed ends up taking it all back. The 3 cuts that it made in 1998, it was tightening into 2000. And that was in a situation, Scott, where inflation was not moving higher. So today you have this AI mania, and you're starting to see it show up in stronger demand, stronger CapEx, and maybe, memory stick prices and things like that starting to go up. And I think that's the question here. Are we in 96 or 99?
I also thought it was interesting when the president himself sort of went out of his way to give his vision, if you will, for an economy, right? Where he's like, if it's booming, let it boom. The idea, don't get fixated on the idea that a big economic boom could cause inflation. The idea, let it rip.
Yeah, you picked up on it. The dueling benedictions that we got right after Trump says, I want you to be independent, don't listen to me or anybody else. He sort of says what he wants to, what the right answer is. He says a booming economy, shouldn't be something that you have to step on. It's a little bit like when a parent tells you, you can, go wherever you want for your holiday, but your old room is here at home, and it's always great to have you here. And that, you kind of hear the answer that you think you need to give, and that is a little bit what it felt was going on there in the reception this afternoon.
And finally, we have to mention that the Fed that Kevin Warsh walks into is sharply divided and leaning more hawkish, as we were reminded again this morning with Chris Waller and his commentary. I mean, how do you think Fed Chair Warsh deals with all of that?
Well, that's a great point, Scott. So Warsh wants to scrap the forward guidance, the outlook speeches. There's a question, will he submit a dot in the June SEP, his interest rate projection, if we go back to what Greenspan did? That's doable. The Fed has changed how it talks before, but I think there's scar tissue behind all of the tools the Fed has used over the last 20 years. The the guidance, the top line. It got built for reasons. Often after silence burned them. And I think you saw that today. Can Kevin Warsh tell people like Chris Waller, hey, I don't want you to go out and give an outlook speech in every intermeeting cycle, because that's what Warsh has been doing for the last, Waller has been doing for the last 4 years. And I think the market is going to listen to those people.
Tesla Pulse.
It's going to be hard
Long
to silence
dated.
Chris Waller.
Deep calls.
And
0 DTE.
so I
Call
think that's
side.
the tension there. You can stop talking.
You can hear Tesla calls being bought deep in the money.
Everybody goes on CNBC,
Longer dated.
And gives interviews, the Friday after the meeting. You have to wonder, well,
Okay, Z-Scaler trying to break out. Z-Scaler.
Nick, thanks so much for the time. Appreciate your insights very much. Nick Timmeros, the Wall Street Journal. I'll turn back to all of you. How are you thinking about what a Warsh-led Fed means for the markets?
That's interesting. I don't think it's 96 or 99. I think it's fundamentally earlier than 96. Only 8.7% of S&P or top 3,000 U.S. equities are even getting AI revenue. So it's earlier than 96 as a comparison on the fundamentals. And it's probably 97 or 98 on the stock prices. So I think it's neither of those two things. And I think there's plenty of fundamentals to come. And that's why the market's resilient, because it knows that the runway fundamentally is not that late in the cycle.
Interesting. How would you answer
I
that?
think he's not going to be able to cut rates, and I think we know that he wants to reduce the balance sheet, which I do think is healthy, but I think it's going to be really hard for him to do that in an environment where you can't cut rates. So I think he's going to be a little bit stuck for a while.
There's not enough time left in this segment for me to comment on everything. I agree with what Nick just said, obviously. I would say very quickly, you talk to these guys privately, no one likes the dot plot. No one can justify its existence. I don't know.
Publicly, the Fed chair himself, on his way out the door in the last news conference after the final meeting of his tenure, made that point himself.
There's been a lot of discussion about the forward guidance's relevance in the type of environment we're in as compared to then. That's the first thing.
Futures continue to slide. All right, so there's not much to do.
Reducing interest rates anytime soon. Months and months and months and months and months.
Got 39 minutes to go.
From an investment standpoint, I think originally to tie the segment up, you hit the right point on the head, which is the AI story. We talked about this ad nauseam. Is so dominant for investors right now, from Eaton to G. Vernova, et cetera.
Yeah.
The Fed has largely become, at the moment, an afterthought. And changing Fed chair, the type of stuff he's going to do is long-lasting. It's going to take a year to do X. It's going to take a year to do Y. In the short term, this doesn't really matter very much.
Yeah, with all due respect to the incoming and now the new Fed chair, if we don't talk about you for a while, and we don't talk about the central bank's policy, don't hold it against us. The market's just fixated with something else. We'll see at the next meeting.
I did like the Bernanke not in the room. That was a juicy little tidbit. I think about the only time I've had an in the room comment in the last 2 years. It was notice who was in Trump's room at the inauguration ceremony, and it was all the Mag 7 CEOs. How they've done since then. So maybe the room thing's got something to it.
To the moon and beyond, figuratively and literally.
Exactly.
My favorite part was the Powell duck. That was my favorite part.
All right, guys, I appreciate it. I enjoyed the conversation. We'll see you
Have a
guys
long
soon.
weekend.
Yeah, you guys enjoy that too. All right, another day, another search for quantum computing stocks. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with more. Hi there.
Hi, and what's actually striking is these stocks are moving, even though we still don't have full details. So the Commerce Department is putting $2 billion across 9 quantum companies with equity stakes attached, but most haven't really disclosed the exact.
Z-Scaler continues. Okay, Netflix turning back up. There's not a whole lot to do here. Not much time left. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is May 22nd, Friday. We've got a long weekend. Monday, we're off. Much needed break.
Spanish beauty company Puig, Estée Lauder shares selling off in March when the company
confirmed the talks as investors became somewhat concerned about potential.
All right, Z-scaler, almost a new high right here.
Stock currently up about 11.5%, and Zoom shares in the green after posting better than expected earnings and revenue that had previously been feared. The video conferencing platform also upping its outlook and its bets on AI paying off here with the stock up about 9%. Scott.
All right, Seema, thanks. Seema Modi. We're just getting started here. Up next, higher energy.
A little bit higher. Z-scaler.
So we're kind of near where we think we're going to be. So I think you'll get at least a carry there. I don't think the Fed is going to end up hiking rates the way that the market currently expects them to. So I think you'll find the 10-year here pretty attractive. But there's other markets out there beyond the U.S. that are quite attractive. We're finding attractive markets in Canada. The Canadian government bond market looks pretty attractive. Australia and many Latin American countries as well are well positioned. You get attractive spreads. We like some of these markets outside the U.S. even more so.
Okay, and bringing it back here to home, I mean, obviously, there's no evidence, at least today, as we head into the weekend, of that any sort of selling may go away. What's on your radar next, Ahmed? I mean, obviously, we'll get the PCE next week. We'll continue to start to hear from more Fed officials. Just walk us through what the next big catalyst you suspect we could be looking at right now.
Yeah, well, obviously, the war in Iran, and it's really not so much the war.
All right, we're trying to break out new highs here. New high of the day.
What we care about is that commodities are start flowing once again through the strait. So whether there's kinetic action is almost irrelevant from a market perspective, as long as commodities start flowing again. So that's number one. But number two is that point that I mentioned earlier. We need to see how the evolution of token-based pricing in the AI world evolves here, and whether we run against really hard constraints on the compute side. That's what we're focused on.
All right, something to look at, and I know that obviously tokenization is something that Jensen has been talking about off the back of NVIDIA's earnings, a huge focus as well. Ahmed, always appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great Friday, great long weekend. We'll catch you next time. Ahmed Riesco from Insignio. Coming up next, we'll take a look at the SpaceX IPO and what we can expect from the company as a public firm. Let's take a break now. We'll be back here on Compose.
All right, Tesla falling off a bit now. Looking for that last minute pump not happening. Just like people taking profits. Not a bad idea.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24 hours of trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. The same goes for where you invest.
New York Fangs are all mixed. Most are testing the evening session lows. Not much to do here, just watching.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. The same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers only on Schwab Network.
CBTX PCLN.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Barnes. Let's turn our attention to the SpaceX IPO. We'll meet our next guest, Lisa Martin, Martech analyst of Lisa Martin Media. Lisa, always nice of you to join us. Long time no speak. You're a perfectly positioned person to speak about this, given that you got your start at NASA. Am I right?
AKTX.
I did. Sam, great to see you. Thank you for having me. You know, what stands out to me right now is this is not just an aerospace company going public. It's really this emergence of privately owned national infrastructure. When I worked on space shuttle missions with NASA back in the day, spaceflight was primarily government-led, right? It was really, really expensive and very specialized.
S&P, IWM. Yeah, we're just fading off the high. IWM. Probably stopping some of you guys out. Bought a few next Friday calls to see if that works out for next week.
Right. So as a sort of NASA scientist turned tech analyst, what is this company? Is it a rocket company or is it an AI company?
I think it's both. I think the bigger story here is that space is, as we look at like terrestrial data centers, space is becoming really deeply connected to the future of technology, of AI, and global infrastructure. And a lot of investors think, well, SpaceX and the tech platform is AI. I think increasingly, honestly, the real asset here isn't just the rockets. I think it's the data, the infrastructure ecosystem around the rockets. Starlink, we look at it kind of gives SpaceX and its global communications network, right, over 10 billion
SP exports, long data, micron pulse, NVIDIA pulse, deep cores, 0 DTE, call sign, size.
On Wednesday, with the SEC filing, was the emphasis on both AI and orbital compute connectivity. And I think what's unique here is that SpaceX is controlling multiple layers of this vertical stack at the same time, right? It's launch, satellites, it's connectivity, and potentially future orbital infrastructure.
Right, yeah, so it's vertically integrated, and I think that's very much what stands out here. And then how much of it is about the execution and the cadence of actually getting this stuff up there and creating that link, as you say, of Starlinks, which is going to create the data centers?
I think the cadence is something that we're going to see really dramatically change here. In this space shuttle program, which was a 30-year program, there were 135 launches.
All right, Netflix coming off the low here. Netflix had a pretty decent day on Monday and Thursday. Still not able to get above this level, though. Netflix needed to above 90.
And SpaceX is really working to industrialize space transportation at a whole. It wants to make launches faster, cheaper, and much more scalable. So if Starship succeeds, it can lower those costs across satellites, defense, infrastructure, and future space-based communications. And I think the cadence we'll see will be dramatically different.
Yeah, but then obviously we had this launch, which was postponed just yesterday, a day after the prospectus. I mean, what does it tell you if execution and cadence is so important right now?
There's so many variables in a space launch. From my days at NASA, they were, like I said, I don't want to say infrequent, but they're like 4 to 5 a year because so many factors play into
Netflix.
launch can occur, from weather, for example, to orbital inclination.
government partnerships, AI infrastructure, and private capital markets are coming together in a way we haven't seen before. Yeah, and a lot of people are sort of drawing comparisons when you think about the valuation of a company like this to when Tesla IPO. I mean, isn't it a car company? Is it an AI company? With that in mind, what are you hearing about the potential for a merger with Tesla in the future? Oh gosh, there's so much subtle on the street here in Silicon Valley. But I think if we separate those two for a minute, what this filing kind of signals is that Wall Street is going beyond
60-minute candle on futures. We continue to roll over after testing those highs this morning.
power, energy, networking, satellites, and this ability to transmit data globally. NVIDIA mentioned foundational compute boom. Corey is a major specialized AI player. But I think the question now is, can SpaceX, regardless of a merger with Tesla, can it become another critical layer of this broader AI ecosystem through connectivity, launch systems, and future orbital infrastructure? I think that's the question we're facing right now. What did you make of the financials that we now have a little bit more insight into? I mean, obviously, revenue's holding up, but I mean, I think it was something like, if you put it into context, there's like 200 S&P 500 companies that have actually made more revenue than SpaceX, including Tesla, and it is operating a lot, even though Starlink is profitable. I think that's important to highlight. How much of that signals to you that this is very much dependent, this IPO, on the future of the growth?
You see, Ellen.
Well, I think if we dissect this, unlike a lot of like frontier tech stories, SpaceX, it is operating at a meaningful scale through, you mentioned Starlink, government contracts. I think that what the financials show is a company that is still spending really aggressively. But then if we baseline it, right, honestly, it's really consistent with what we've seen across the broader AI infrastructure trade to date. We've seen investors reward companies who are building really strategic infrastructure because the demand is continuing to go up. So I think what matters now isn't short-term profitability like by itself. I think it's, can SpaceX become indispensable infrastructure for communications, defense, national security, and global connectivity? I think that's where the conversation right now needs to be. And I guess we can probably, or at least the company, take some comfort in the fact that it's got a bigger sort of retail exposure because obviously the
Okay, Zscaler trying again to break the, there we go, about to break the high right here, Zscaler testing that high of the day over here earlier this morning. We hit this high earlier this morning. Okay, here we are again, back to that high.
I think what it signals is that there's this convergence of physical AI infrastructure, physical infrastructure, and AI infrastructure. Think of like NVIDIA equals chips, hyperscalers, compute, CoreWeave, like I mentioned, specialized AI infrastructure. Well, SpaceX is now this like communications and this orbital infrastructure. And I think the convergence is what, for retailers and beyond, going to make this kind of so different from traditional aerospace ideas, because it's not. The market is starting, I think, to value SpaceX less like a rocket company and more like strategic infrastructure in the AI era as it enters space launch. And obviously, we've seen it's been a huge validation for the space, for lack of a better term, because obviously we've seen ETFs like UFO getting records into this, and this has really helped propel a lot of those other space stocks just in recent days. But Lisa, we have to wrap it up there. Completely run out of time. Thank you for joining us. Have a wonderful long weekend, and we'll catch you next time. Lisa Martin there from Lisa Martin Media. Coming up, we'll revisit earnings from NVIDIA, which prove that demand for AI infrastructure is nowhere near peaking just yet. After on close, we'll be right back.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning trade live that breaks down the macro moves driving
Nokia, nice little move on Nokia today.
Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Apple looking for it to move next week as well. Apple.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, my financial consultant. I programmed that 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference. Actually cares.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists.
All right, market's just fading into the close. 18 minutes to go.
Here on Market on Close, let's revisit the top story of the week, and that is earnings from NVIDIA and the state of the AI build-out. So joining us now to discuss this is Dan O'Brien, president of the Futurum Group. Dan, nice of you to join us. Thanks so much. Obviously, we've seen a typical reaction in NVIDIA. It doesn't typically rally post earnings because it does rally on its customers' earnings earlier in the season. So what have we learned from this company?
Hey, Sam, thanks for having me on today. Appreciate the opportunity to go through NVIDIA earnings with you. Obviously, a blowout quarter, beating on the quarter, guiding up. I mean, I think we got confirmation that we're still very much in the early innings of the AI cycle. I think a lot of questions got answered, right? As Ruben is ramping, we saw the margins kind of holding. That was a key sign. I think we got some interesting new news on the capital allocation front. The buyback, the dividend. I think really starting to think about what's going to make NVIDIA attractive to that other type of investor that tends to be more value focused. I think the stock a little bit stuck. I think the management team starting to explore how they can kind of open the aperture in terms of what type of investors are interested in the company. But I think all signs pointing to us being very early in the AI revolution. Still really supply constrained relative demand, and a really bright outlook ahead for not just a couple quarters but multiple years.
So who is NVIDIA's earnings good for? I mean, when you think of it really being at the top of the food chain here and one man's capex being another man's revenue, and obviously the companies that work with NVIDIA are thinking about broader AI trade here, which it was very important to hear from NVIDIA to get a sense of who benefits the most.
Well, I think there's a lot of beneficiaries, right? I mean, I think you look at some of the companies that have gotten some, prepayments and support from NVIDIA, as they build out the supply chain. I think you have to look at the fix and shovels, like the semi-cap equipment companies like Applied Materials, Land Research, ASML, obviously TMC, a huge beneficiary here.
Micron Pulse, long dated. VIX Pulse, deep calls. SP exports. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
I think we got a lot of positive signals that, we're in the very early innings of the inference.
15 minutes to go. 15 minutes.
We're going to start to see a lot more value recognition at the application layer. Thinking about companies like ServiceNow that play a critical role as we think about agents really embedding inside enterprise business processes. You got a lot of commentary on the call from NVIDIA about how important that CPU business has come from them. A lot of that correlating back to agentic workload growth. Obviously, I think a lot of that really getting down into that application layer, where you see maybe a little bit of a reversal this week in terms of the sentiments on some more software names.
Okay, let's go there then, because I know that you've highlighted software. You just said ServiceNow. I mean, is the market starting to realize that AI is not coming to eat everybody's lunch, that these companies do play a critical role in all of this?
I think the market's starting to sort that out. I mean, listen, I think there are still parts of the software industry that are going to be more exposed. Think about project management software, collaboration software. Those probably tending to be a little bit more disrupted by the Anthropics and OpenAIs of the world. But those mission critical, business process oriented systems of record, I think the market's really starting to see a little bit more durability around those names.
Futures continue to fade. Big 60-minute red candle to end the day.
Securing AI becomes really, really important as we scale up the application side, the inference side. I think we're starting to see a little bit more recognition, really again around the security names as well as those mission critical business process software.
You mentioned Mythos, and I had a guest on earlier today who was
S&P weekly. 8 weeks up without a break, without a consolidation. Can we have a 9th week higher? It's possible.
A new chip foundry with support from the federal government for
11 minutes.
really secure semiconductor manufacturing, and also a little bit of the industry taking lessons from past cycles where we have an over reliance on TSMC right now. That's obviously been very impactful.
AI, about NVIDIA's issues around shipping that leading edge silicon to China. I think that the government really kind of getting ahead of things from a lot of perspectives, so that as we ramp that, we're gonna have that domestic supply that we need, and won't go into those shortages. But I think the really interesting signal for me and all that was kind of quantum coming out of the R&D stage. We are actually at the stage where the industry is very much worried about manufacturing and supply chain, and that to me says that quantum may be a little bit closer than some people think.
Yeah, we are very aware of some of the capacity constraints. I mean, obviously, Jensen has highlighted that as well. So something to watch, particularly in the beverage space, as you highlighted there. Dan, really appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a wonderful long weekend. And Dan O'Brien, their president of
Under 10 minutes to go.
Sometimes he could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute by minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com. Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
How's it going? First day, so sometimes next. Try again. You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab. Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Okay. Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything.
Nokia still pushing a bit higher. Nokia AAOI trying to push a bit higher as well. It's 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. Zscaler is trying to make a new high.
Serve the market with like analog mixed signal technologies and wireless IoT connectivity. And so accretive to EPS coming up in 2026, as well as an improvement for gross margins, somewhere from 50% to 60% of sales. So they see catalysts not only in the data center growth of their business, but also the divestiture of their wireless modules business, which typically has been a lower margin business, to of course focus more capital on growth areas of the AI ecosystem stack.
All right, here goes Zscaler popping. Zscaler running in the day. Zscaler popping up there. Zscaler. Zscaler breaking out. Got 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Zscaler finally breaking out.
Long dated.
For 2026 is $2.22. They're expected to earn 45 cents per quarter coming up on Tuesday, 19% higher on 13% sales growth. So, looking at the price, you would say that the growth of the company is probably in the 30 to 40% range, which it certainly can be going forward if they give proper guidance. But at the very least, it looks like price is moving first. Earnings are catching up for Semtech. And I think the divestiture as well is another primary catalyst that is boosting shares at the very least in the short term.
George, thank you so much. Have a wonderful long weekend. We'll catch you next week. Really appreciate it.
Zscaler ripping higher.
We are nearing the end of the market session here. We will bring in Kevin Green to break down the levels that he's watching on the S&P 500 and break down this week's action. Coming up next, the Mark the Mark.
Zscaler. There goes Zscaler. End of day. Finally got the pop with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. And now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, my financial consultant. I programmed that 20 years ago. Jim's really been there.
All right.
Any questions I ever had. Makes a huge difference when you have some
45 seconds to go. There goes Nike turning back up. Nike turning up. Zscaler.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade. crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time.
And that's a wrap. Okay, folks, I got a hard stop. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you on Monday for the weekend video. I'm going to take Friday and Saturday and Sunday and just chill. See you on Monday. Be safe.
Sometimes, you know, try it again. You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
All right, that's it for me. Have a good one. Take care. We'll see you on Monday.